Chapter 44 of A Rough Shaking. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Isabella Carmen Garcia. A Rough Shaking by George MacDonald. A third mother. Whoever had a sovereign for the first time in his life and did not feel rich? Clare trudged along merrily and Abigail shared his joy. They had to sleep out of doors, nevertheless, for by this time Clare knew that a boy, especially a boy in rags, must mind whom he asked to change a sovereign. In the lee of a haymow, on a little loose hay, they slept, Abigail in Clare's bosom, and slept well. There was not much temptation to lie long after waking, and the companions were early on their way. It was yet morning when they came to the public house where Clare had his first and last half-pint of beer. The landlady stood at the newly opened door with her fists in her sides, looking out at the fresh world, lost in some such thought as was possible to her. Clare pulled off his cap and bade her good morning as he passed. Perhaps she knew that she did not deserve politeness. Anyhow, she took Clare's for impudence and came swooping upon him. He stopped and waited her approach, perplexed as to the cause of it, and was so unprepared for the box on the ear she dealt him, that it almost threw him down. Her ankle was instantly in Abigail's sharp teeth. She gave a frightful screech, and Clare, coming to himself, though still stupid from her blow and his own surprise, called off the dog. The woman limped raging to the house, and Clare thought it prudent to go his way. He talked severely to Abigail as they went, but though the dog could understand much, I doubt if he understood that lecture. For Abigail was one of the few, even among dogs, with whom the defense of master or friend is an inborn instinctive duty, and strong temptation even has but a poor chance against the sense of duty in a dog. It was night when they entered the town. They were already a weary pair when the far sounds of the brass band of the Menagerie almost made up for attendance on the animals first entered their ear. The marketing was over. The band was issuing its last invitation to the merrymakers to walk up and see strange sights. Its notes were just dying to their close when the wayfarers arrived at the foot of the steps leading to the platform where the musicians stood. Clare ascended and Abigail crept after him. At a table in a small curtained recess on the platform sat the mistress to receive the money of those that entered. Clare laid his sovereign before her. She took it up without looking at him, but at it she looked doubtfully. She threw it on her table. It would not ring. She bit it with her white teeth and looked at it again, then at length gave a glance at the person who offered it. Her dull lamp flickered in the puffs of the night wind, and she did not recognize Clare. She saw but a white-faced, ragged boy, and threw him back his sovereign. "Won't pass," she said with decision, not unmingled with contempt. She sat with the receipt of money, where too many men and women ceased to be ladies and gentlemen. Clare did not understand at first. He stood motionless and, for the second time that day, bewildered. How can money be no money? "Ain't you got 6 pence?" she asked. "No, ma'am," answered Clare. "I haven't had 6 pence for many a day." The moment he spoke, the woman looked at him sharply in the face and knew him. "Drat my stupid eyes," she said fervently, "that I shouldn't have known you. Walk in, walk in. Go where you please and do as you please. You're right welcome. Where did you get that salve?" "From Father Goodenough." "Good enough, I hope. Not to take advantage of an innocent prince. Was it for taking home the bull?" "No, ma'am. I didn't take the bull home. The bull took me to the old home where we used to be together. He didn't want a new one." "Well, never mind now. Give me the sovereign. I'll talk to you by and by. Go in, or the show will be over. Look after your dog, though. We don't like dogs. He mustn't go in." "I'll send him right outside if you wish, ma'am." "I do, but will he stay out?" "He will, ma'am." Clare took up Abigail and setting him at the top of the steps told him to go down and wait. Abigail went hopping down, like a dirty little white cataract out on its own hook, turned in under the steps and deposited himself there until his master should call him. End of chapter 44. Read by Isabella Carmen Garcia, Corpus Christi, Texas, June 26, 2022.
Chapter 45 of A Rough Shaking. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Richard Vogel, A Rough Shaking by George MacDonald. the Menagerie. A strange smell was in Clare's nostrils. As he went down the steps inside, it grew stronger. He did not dislike it, but it set him thinking why it should so differ from that of domestic animals. He was presently in the midst of a vision attractive to all boys, but which few had ever looked upon with such intelligent wonder as he. For Clare had read and reread every book about animals upon which he could lay his hands. He had a great power, too, of remembering what he read, for he never let a description glide away over the outside of his eyes, but always put it inside his thinking place. What with pictures and descriptions, he seemed to know as he looked around him every animal on which his eyes fell. The area was by no means crowded. There had been many visitors during the day, but now it was late. He could see into all the cages that formed the sides of the enclosure. Many of the creatures seemed restless, few sleepy. Night was the waking time for most of them. How should a great roaming hunting cat go to sleep in a little cube of darkness? Oh, thought Clare, how gladly would I help them to bear it. I could bear it myself with somebody near to be kind to me. He had begun to feel that the quiet happiness to which he was once so accustomed that he did not think much about was his because it was given him. He had begun to see that it did not come to him of itself, but from the love of his father and mother. He had yet to learn that it was given to them, to give to him by the Father of fathers and mothers. But he was beginning to prize every least kindness shown him. This reacted on his desire to make the happiness greater and the pain less everywhere around him. He had little chance of doing much for people, he thought, and perhaps it was only necessary to know others to be able to do something for them, too. Thoughts like these passing through his mind, and his gaze wandering hither and thither over the shifting shapes, his eyes rested on the tenant of one of the cages, and his heart immediately grew very sore, for he seemed unable to lift his head. He was a big animal, alone in his prison, of a blackish color and awkward appearance. He went nearer and found he had a big ring in his nose like Nimrod, but to the ring was fastened a strong chain, and the chain was bolted down to the floor of the cage, which was of iron, covered with boards, in their turn covered with a thick sheet of lead. The chain was so short that it held the poor creature's head within about a foot of the floor. He could not lift it higher or move it farther on either side, but he kept moving it constantly. It was a pitiful sight, and Clare went nearer still, drawn far more by compassion and indeed sympathy than by curiosity. He was a terrible brute, a big grizzly bear, ugly to repulsiveness. The snarling scorn, the sneering, lip-writhing hate of the demoniacal grin with which he received the boy was hideous. The rattling, pebble-jarring growl that came from his devilish throat was loathing embodied. What if spirits worse than their own get into some of the creatures by virtue of the likeness between them? One day will be written, perhaps, a history of animals very different from any attempted by mere master in zoology. Clare spoke to the beast again and again, but was unvaryingly answered by the same odious snarl. Curling his lip under his nose ring, it seemed to express the imagined delight of tearing him limb from limb. Poor fellow, said Clare. How can he be good-tempered with that torturing ring and chain? His unalterable position must make his every bone ache. But had his nose been set free, such a raging bear struggle to get at the nearest of his fellow prisoners would have ensued as must soon have torn to shreds the partition between them. For he was a beast bedlamite, an animal volcano, a furnace of death, an incarnate paroxysm of wrath. The inspiration of the creature, so far as one could see, was pure hate. The boy turned aside with quivering heart, sore for the grizzly's nose and sorer still for the grizzly himself that he was so unfriendly. Right opposite, a creature of a far different disposition seemed casting defiance to all the ills of life. As he turned with the sad despair from the grizzly, Clare caught sight of his pranks and hastened across the area. The creature kept bounding from side to side of his cage, agile and frolicsome as a kitten. But the light was poor, and Clare could not even conjecture to which of the cat kinds he belonged. When he came near his cage, he saw that he was yellowish like a lion, and thought perhaps he might be a young lion. He had no mane. Clare judged him 4 feet in length without the tail, or perhaps 4.5. A little way off was the real lion, a young one, it is true, but quite grown, with a thin ruffy mane and lordly carriage and gaze. It was he whose roar had challenged Nimrod, giving the topmost flutter to the flame of his wrath. But Clare was so taken with the frolicsome creature before him that he gave but a glance to the grand one as he walked up and down his prison, and turned again to the merry one, disporting himself alone, who seemed to find the pleasure of life in great games with companions no one saw but himself. For minutes he stood regarding the gladness of God's creature. A wild thing of the woods and plains, he made the most of the bars and floor and roof of his cage. No one careless of liberty could make such bounds as those. Yet he was joyous in closest imprisonment. His liberty gone, his freedom contracted to a few cubic feet, his space diminished almost to the mold of his body, the great wild philosopher created his own liberty, made it out of his own love of it. Like a live, erratic shuttle, he went to and fro, unweaving, unraveling, unwinding, drawing out the knot of confinement, flinging out, radiating and spreading and breathing out space in all directions by multitudinous motion of disentanglement. Space gone from him, space in the abstract should replace it. He would not be slave to condition. Space unconditioned should be his. For him, liberty should not lie in space, but in his own soul. Room should be but the poor, out-aid symbol of his inward freedom. He would spin out, he would weave, he would unroll essential liberty into spiritual space. His mind to him a kingdom was, not a grumble, not a snarl. He left discontent to men, to build their own prisons withal. A proud man with everything he longs for, if such a man there be, is but a slave. This creature of the glad Creator was and would be free, because he was a free soul. Prison bars could not touch that, by whose virtue he was and would be free. The germ of his thinking was in the mind of Clare while he stood and gazed, and as he told me the story, its ripeness came thus, or nearly thus, from his lips, for he had thought much in lonely places. As he gazed and sympathized, there awoke within him that strange consciousness which my reader must at one time or another have known, of being on the point of remembering something. It was not a memory that came, but a memory of a memory, the shadow of a memory gone, but trying to come out from behind a veil, a sense of having once known something. It gave another aspect to the blessed creature before him. The creature and himself seemed for a moment to belong together to another time. Could he have seen such an animal before? He did not think so. He could never have visited a menagerie and forgotten it. If he had known such a creature, his, after reading, would have recalled it. He would know it now. He could tell the lion and the tiger and the leopard, although he seemed to know he had never seen one of them. He could not tell this animal. And yet, what was it? The feeling itself lasted scarce an instant and went no farther. No memory came to him. The foiled expectation was all he had. The very reasoning about it helped to obliterate the shape of the feeling itself. He could not even recall how the thing had felt. He could only remember it had been there. It was now but the shadow of a dream. A yet vaguer memory than that thinnest of presences which had at the first tantalized him. We remember what we cannot recall. Perhaps the rousing of the odd, fantastic feeling had been favored by the slumber beginning to encroach on Toady and brain. While he stood looking at the one creature, all the wonderful creatures began to get mixed up together, and he thought it better to go and search for some field of sleep where he might mow a little for his use. He said good night to the great, gentle, jubilant cat, turned from him unwillingly, and went up the steps. Almost every spectator was gone. At the top of them, he turned for a last look, but could distinguish nothing except the dim form of the young lion, as he thought him, still gambling in the presence of his maker. He thought to see the mistress of the menagerie, but she was no longer in her curtained box. He went out on the deserted platform and down the steps. Abdiel was already at the foot when he reached it, wagging his weary tail. They set out to look for a shelter. Their search, however, was so much in vain that at the last they returned and lay down under one of the wagons on the hard ground of the public square. Sleeping so often out of doors, he had never yet taken cold. End of chapter 45. Chapter 46 of A Rough Shaking. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Richard Vogel, A Rough Shaking by George MacDonald. The Angel of the Wild Beasts. When Clare looked up, he saw nothing between him and the sky. They had dragged the caravan from above him, and he had not moved. Abdiel, indeed, waked at the first pull, but had lain as still as a mouse, ready to rouse his master, but not an instant before it should be necessary. Clare saw the sky, but he saw something else over him, better than the sky, the face of Mrs. Hallowell, the mistress of the menagerie. In it, as she stood looking down on him, was compassion, mingled with self-reproach. Clare jumped up, saying, "Good morning, ma'am." He was yet but half awake and staggered with sleep. "My poor boy," answered the woman, "I sent you to sleep on the cold earth with a sovereign of your own in my pocket. I made sure you would come and ask me for it. You're too innocent to go about the world without a mother." She turned her face away. "But, ma'am, you know I couldn't have offered it to anybody," said Clare. "It wasn't good. Besides, before I knew that," he went on, finding she did not reply, "there was nobody but you I dared offer it to. They would have said I stole it, because I'm so shabby," he added, looking down at his rags. "But it ain't in the clothes, ma'am, is it?" Getting the better of her feelings for a moment, She turned her face and said, "It was all my fault. The salve is a good one. It's only cracked. I ought to have known and changed it for you. Then all would have been well." "I don't think it would have made any difference, ma'am. We would rather sleep on the ground than in a bed that mightn't be clean, wouldn't we, Abby?" The dog gave a short little bark, as he always did when his master addressed him by his name. "But I'm so glad," Clare went on. "I was sure Mr. Goodenough thought the sovereign all right when he gave it to me. Were you ever disappointed in a sovereign, ma'am?" "I've been oftener disappointed in them as owed them," she answered. "But to think of me snug in a bed and you sleeping out in a dark night, I can't abide the thought of it." "Don't let it trouble you, ma'am. We're used to it, ain't we, Abby?" "Then you oughtn't to be, and please God you shall be no more. But come along and have your breakfast. We don't start till the last." "Please, ma'am, may Abdiel come too?" "In course. Love me, love my dog. Ain't that right?" "Yes, ma'am. But some people like dogs worse than boys." "A good deal depends on the dog. When folk brings up their dogs as bad as they do their children, I want neither about me. But your dog's a well-behaved dog. Still, he must learn not to come in sight of the animals." "He will learn, ma'am. Abdiel, lie down and don't come till I call you." At the word, the dog dropped and lay. The house caravan stood a little way off, drawn aside when they began to break up. They ascended its steps behind and entered an enchanting little room. It had muslin curtains to the windows and a small stove in which you could see the bright red coals. On the stove stood a coffee pot and a covered dish. How nice and warm the place felt after the nearly shelterless night. The breakfast things were still on the table. Mr. Hallowell had had his breakfast, but Mrs. Hallowell would not eat until she had found the boy. She had been unhappy about him all the night. Her husband had assured her the sovereign was a good one, and the boy had told her he had no money but the sovereign. She little knew how seldom he fared better than that same night. When he got among the hay or straw, that was luxury. They sat down to breakfast, and the good woman was very soon confirmed in the notion that the boy was a gentleman. "Call your dog now," she said, "and let's see if he'll come." "May I whistle, ma'am?" "Why not? But will he hear you?" "He has very sharp ears, Mom." Clare gave a low, peculiar whistle. In a second or two they heard an anxious little whine at the door. Clare made haste to open it. There stood Abdiel, with the words in his eyes as plain almost as if he spoke them. "Did you call, sir?" The woman caught him and held him to her bosom. "You blessed little thing," she said. "And surely, if there be a blessing to be had, it is for them that obey." Clare heard and felt the horses put to, but the hostess of this Scythian house did not rise, and he too went on with his breakfast. When they were in motion, it was not so easy to eat nicely, but he managed very well. By the time he had done, they had left the town behind them. He wanted to help Mrs. Hallowell with the breakfast things, but whether she feared he would break some of them, or did not think it masculine work, she would not allow him. Nothing had been said about his going with them. She had taken that for granted. Clare began to think perhaps he ought to take his leave. There was nothing for him to do. He and Abdiel ought at least to get out and walk instead of burdening the poor horses with their weight when they were so well rested and had had such a good breakfast. But when he said so to Mrs. Hallowell, she told him she must have a little talk with him first, and formally proposed that he should enter their service and do whatever he was fit for in the menagerie. "You're not frightened of the beasts, are you?" she said. "Oh, no, ma'am. I love them," answered Clare. "But are you sure Mr. Hollowell thinks I could be of use?" "Don't you think yourself you could?" asked Mrs. Hollowell. "I know I could, ma'am, but I should not like him to take me just because he was sorry for me." "You innocent. People are in no such hurry to help their neighbors. My husband's as good a man as any going, but it don't mean he would take a boy because nobody else would have him. A fool of a woman might, I won't say, but not a man I ever knew. No, no. He saw the way you managed that bull. A far more unreasonable creature than any we have to do with. Ah, you don't know Nimrod, ma'am." "I don't, and I don't want to. Such wild animals ought to be put in caravans," she added with a laugh. "Well, ma'am," said Clare, "if you and Mr. Hollowell are of one mind, nothing would please me so much as to serve you and the beasts. But I should like to be sure about it, for where husband and wife are not of one mind, well, it is uncomfortable." Thereupon he told her how he had stood with the farmer and his wife, and from that she had led him on through the whole story, not unaccompanied with tears on the part of his deliverer, for she was a tender-souled as well as generous and friendly woman. In her heart she rejoiced to think that the boy's sufferings would now be at an end, and thenceforward she was, as he always called her, his third mother. "My poor ill-used child," she said, "but I'll be a mother to you if you'll have me. You wouldn't mind if I thought rather often of my 2 other mothers, ma'am, would you?" he said. "God forbid, boy," she answered. "If I were your real mother, would I have my own flesh and blood ungrateful? Should I be proud of him for loving nobody but me? That's like the worst of the beasts. They love none but their little ones, and that only till they're tired of the trouble of them." "Thank you. Then I will be your son Clare, please, ma'am." The next time they stopped, she made her husband come into the caravan, and then and there she would and did have everything arranged. When both her husband and the boy would have left his wages undetermined, she would not hear of it, but insisted that so much a week should be fixed at once to begin with. She had no doubt, she said, that her husband would soon be ready enough to raise his wages, but he must have his food, and 5 shillings a week now, and Mr. Hollowell must advance money to get him decent clothes. He might keep the wages till the clothes were paid for. Everything she wished was agreed to by her husband, and at the next town Clare's new mother saw him dressed to her satisfaction and to his own. She would have his holiday clothes better than his present part in life required, and she would not let his sovereign go toward paying for them. That she would keep ready in case he might want it. Her eyes followed him about with anxious pride, as if she had been his mother in fact, as she was in truth. He had at once plenty to do. The favor of his mother saved him from no kind of work. Neither had he any desire it should. Every morning he took his share in cleaning out the cages and in setting water for the beasts, and food for the birds, and such other creatures as took it when they pleased. At the proper intervals he fed as many as he might of those animals that had stated times for their meals, and found the advantage of this in its facilitating his friendly approaches to them. He helped with the horses also, with whose harness and ways he was already familiar. In a very short time he was known as a friend by every civilized animal in and about the caravans. He did all that was required of him and more. Not everyone, of course, had a right to give him orders, But Clare was not particular as to who wanted him or for what. He was far too glad to have work to look at the gift askance. He did not make trouble of what ought to be done by saying with the spirit of a slave, "It's not my place." He did many things which he might have disputed, for he never thought of disputing them. Thus, both for himself and for others, he saved a great deal of time and avoided much annoyance and much quarreling. Thus also, he gained many friends. End of chapter 46. Chapter 47 of A Rough Shaking. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Richard Vogel, A Rough Shaking by George MacDonald. Glum Gunn. He had but one enemy, and he did not make him such. He was one by nature, for he was so different from Clare that he disliked him the moment he saw him, and it took but a day to ripen his dislike into hatred. Like Mr. Maidstone, he found the innocent fearlessness of Clare's expression repulsive. His fingers twitched, he said, to have a twist of the sheep nose of him. Unhappily for Clare, he was of consequence in the Menagerie, having money in the concern. He was half-brother to the proprietor, but so unlike him that he might not have had a drop of blood of the same source. An ill-tempered, imperious man, he would hurt himself to have his way, for he was the merest slave to what he fancied. When a man will have a thing, right or wrong, that man is a slave to that thing, the meanest of slaves, a willing one. He was the terror of the men beneath him, heeding no man but his brother, and him only because he knew he would stand no nonsense. To his sister-in-law he was civil. She was his brother's wife, and his brother was proud of her. Also, he knew that she was perfect in her part of the business, so it was reason to stand as well as he might with her. Clare had no suspicion that he more than disliked him. It took him days indeed to discover even he did not love him, notwithstanding the bilious eye, which, when its owner was idle, kept constantly following him. And idle he often was, not from laziness, but from the love of ordering about and looking superior. It was natural that such a man should also be cruel. There are who find their existence pleasant in proportion as they make that of others miserable. He had no liking for any of the animals, regarding them only as property with never a right, as if God would make anything live without thereby giving it rights. To Glum Gunn, as he was commonly called behind his back, the animals were worth so much money to sell and so much to show. Yet he prided himself he had a great influence as well as power over them, an occult superiority that made him their lord. It was merely a phase of the vulgarest self-conceit. He posed to himself as a lion tamer. He had never tamed a lion or any creature else in his life, but when he had a wild thing safe within iron bars, then he let him know who was his master. By the terror of his whip and means far worse, he compelled obedience. The grizzly alone of the larger animals he never interfered with. From the first, he received Clare's "Good morning, sir," with a silent stare, and the boy at last, thinking he did not like to be so greeted, gave up the salutation. This roused Gunn's anger and increased his hate. But indeed, any boy petted by his sister-in-law would have been odious to him, and any boy whatever would have found him a hard master. Clare was, for a while, protected by the man's unreadiness to have words with his brother, who always took his wife's part. But the tyrant soon learned that he might venture far, for he saw by the boy's ready smile that he never resented anything, which the brute, as most boys would have done, attributed to cowardice. And he learned he never carried tales to his sister, of which, instead of admiring him for his reticence, he took advantage and set about making life bitter to him. It was some time before he began to succeed, for Clare was hard to annoy. Patient and right ready to be pleased, he could hardly imagine offense intended. The thought was all but unthinkable to Clare's nature, so he let evil pass and be forgotten, as if it had never been. Once, as he ran along with a heavy pail of water, Gunn shot out his foot and threw him down. He rose with a cut in his forehead and a smile on his lips. He carried the mark of the pail as long as he carried his body, but it was long before he believed he had been tripped up. Had it been proved to him at the time, he would have taken it as a joke, intending no hurt. He did not see the lurid smile on the man's face as he turned away, a smile of devilish delight at the discomfiture of a hated fellow creature. Gunn put him to the dirtiest work, only to find that it did not trouble him. The boy was a rare gentleman, unwilling another should have more, that he might have less of the disagreeable. I have 2 or 3 times heard him say that no man had the right to require of another the thing he would think degrading to himself. He said he learned this from the New Testament. But, he said, nothing God has made necessary can possibly be degrading. It may not be the thing for this or that man at this or that time to do, but it cannot in itself be degrading. The boy had to take his turn with several enacting showman to the gazing crowd, and by and by the part fell to him oftenest. Each had his own way of filling the office. One would repeat his information like a lesson in which he was not interested, and expected no one else to be interested. Another made himself the clown of the exhibition, and joked as much and as well as he could. Gunn delighted in telling as many lies as he dared. He must not be suspected of making fools of his audience. Clare, who from books knew far more than any of the others concerning the creatures in their wild state, and who, by watching them, because he loved them, had already noted things none of the others had observed, and was fast learning more, talked to the spectators out of his own sincere and warm interest, giving them from his treasure things new and old, things he had read, and things he had for himself discovered. Group after group of simple country people would listen intently as he led them around, eager after every word, and as any peg will do, to hang hate upon. Even this success was noted with the evil eye by Glum Gunn. Almost anything served to increase his malignity. Whether or not it grew the faster that he had as yet found no wider outlet for it, I cannot tell. At last, however, the tyrant learned how to inflict the keenest pain on the tender-hearted boy, counting him the greater idiot that he could so be got at, as he phrased it, and promising himself much enjoyment from the discovery. But he did not know, how should he know, what love may compel. End of chapter 47. Chapter 48 of A Rough Shaking. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Richard Vogel. A Rough Shaking by George MacDonald. The Puma. I need hardly say that by this time all the beasts with any friendliness in them had for Clare a little more than their usual amount of that feeling. But there was one between whom and him, I prefer who to which for certain animals. A real friendship had begun at once, and had grown and ripened rapidly till it was strong on both sides. Clare's new friend and companion, as much as circumstance permitted, was the same whose lonely gambols had so much attracted him the night he first entered the menagerie. The animal, whom Clare had taken for a young lion, without being so far wrong, for he has often been called the American lion, was the Puma, or cougar, peculiar to America, with a relation to the jaguar, also American, a little similar to that of the lion to the tiger. But while the jaguar is as wicked a beast as the tiger, the Puma possesses in relation to man far more than the fabulous generosity of the lion. Like every good creature, he has been misunderstood and slandered, but a few have known him. He has doubtless degenerated in districts, for as the wild animal must gradually disappear before the human, he cannot help becoming in the process less friendly to humanity. But an essential and distinctive characteristic of the Puma is his love for the human being, a love persistent, devoted, and long-suffering. Between such an animal and Clare, it is not surprising that friendship should at once have blossomed. He stroked the paw of the Indian lion the first morning, but the day was not over when he was stroking the cheek of the Puma, while all he could do with the grizzly at the end of the month was to feed him a little on the sly and get for thanks a growl of the worst hate. There are men that would soonest tear their benefactors, loathing them the more that they cannot get at them. I suspect that in some mysterious way, Glum Gunn and the bear were own brothers. With the elephant, Clare did what he pleased, never pleasing anything that was not pleasing to the elephant. They came to a town where they exhibited every day for a week, and there it was that the friendship of Clare and the Puma reached its perfection. One night, the boy could not sleep, and drawn by his love, went down among the cages to see how his fellow creatures were getting through the time of darkness. There was just light enough from a small moon to show the dim outlines of the cages, and the motion without the form of any moving animal. The Puma, in his solitary yet joyous gymnastics, was celebrating the rights of freedom according to his custom. When Clare entered, he made a peculiar purring noise and ceased his amusement, a game at ball with himself for the ball. Clare went to him and began as usual to stroke him on the face and nose, whereupon the Puma began to lick his hand with his dry, rough tongue. Clare wondered how it could be nice to have such a dry thing always in his mouth, but did not pity him for what God had given him. He had his arm through between the bars of the cage, and his face pressed close against them, when suddenly the face of the animal was rubbing itself against what it could reach of his. The end was that Clare drew aside the bolt of the cage door and got in beside the Puma. The creature's gladness was even greater than if he had found a friend of his own kind. Noses and cheeks and heads were rubbed together, tongue licked, and hands stroked and scratched. Then they began to frolic and played a long time, the Puma jumping over Clare, and Clare, afraid to jump, lest he should make a noise, tumbling over the Puma. The boy at length went fast asleep, and in the morning found the creature lying with his head across his body, wide awake but motionless, as if guarding him from disturbance. Nobody was stirring, and Clare, who would not have their friendship exposed to every comment, crept quietly from the cage and went to his own bed. The next night, as soon as the place was quiet, Clare went down and had another game with the Puma. Before their sport was over, he had begun to teach him some of the tricks he had taught Abdiel, but he could not do much for fear of making a noise and alarming some keeper. The same thing took place as often as it was possible for some weeks, and Clare came to have as much confidence, insofar at least as good intention was concerned, in the Puma as in Abdiel. If only he could have him out of the cage, that the dear beast might have a little taste of old liberty. But not being certain how the Puma would behave to others, or if he could then control him, he felt he had no right to release him. Now and then he would fall asleep in the cage, whereupon the Puma would always lie down close beside him. Whether the Puma slept, I do not know. On one such occasion, Clare started to his feet half awake, roused by a terrific roar. Right up on end stood the cougar, flattening his front against the bars of the cage, which he clawed furiously, snarling and spitting and yelling like the huge cat he was, every individual hair on end, and his eyes like green lightning. Clatter, clatter went his great feet on the iron, as he tore now at this bar, now at that, to get at something out in the dim open space. It was too dark for Clare to see what it was that thus infuriated him, but his ear discovered what his eye could not. For now and then, woven in the mad noise of the wild creature, in which others about him were beginning to join, he heard the modest whimper of a very tame one. Abdiel, against whose small person, gladly as he would have been not a while, this huge indignation was levelled. Must not there be a deeper ground for enmity of dogs and cats than evil human incitement? Their antipathy will have to be explained in that history of animals which I have said must one day be written. Clare had taken much pains to make Abdiel understand that he was not to intrude where his presence was not desired, that the show was not for him, and thought the dog had learned perfectly that never on any pretense, for any reason, was he to go down those steps, however often he saw his master go down. This prohibition was a great trial to Abdiel's loving heart, but it had not until this night been a trial too great for his loving will. When Clare left him, he thought he had taken his usual pains in shutting him into a small cage he had made to use on such occasions, lest he might be tempted to think when he saw nobody about that the law no longer applied. But he had not been careful enough, and Abdiel, sniffing about and finding his door unfastened, had interpreted the fact as a sign that he might follow his master. Hence all the coil, for Pumas, whereby also must hang an explanation in that book of zoology, have an intense hatred of dogs. Tame from cubhood, they never get over their antipathy to them. With Pumas, it is love you, hate your dog. In the present case, there could be no individual jealousy of which passion beasts and birds are very capable, for Puma had never seen Abby before. There may be in the Puma an inborn jealousy of dogs as a race more favored than Pumas by the man whom yet they love perhaps more passionately. As soon as Clare saw what the matter was, he slipped out of the cage, and catching up to the obnoxious offender, where he stood wagging all over as if his entire body were but a self-informed tail, sped with him to his room and gave him a serious talking to. The Puma was quiet the moment the dog was out of sight. Doubtless he regarded Clare as his champion in distress and blessed him for the removal of that which his soul hated. But alas, mischief was already afoot. Gunn, waked by the roaring, came flying with his whip, and the remnants of poor Pumi's excitement were enough to betray him to the eyes of the tamer of caged animals. Clare would have recognized by the roar itself the individual in trouble, but Glum Gunn had little knowledge even of the race. He counted the cougar a coward because he showed no resentment. A man may strike him or wound him, and he will make no retaliation. He will even let a man go on to kill him and make no defense beyond moans and tears. But Gunn knew nothing of these facts. He only knew that his Puma would not touch him. He was not aware that if he turned the two into the arena of the show, the Puma would kill the grizzly, or that in their own country the Puma persecutes the jaguar as if it hated him for not being like himself, the friend of man. The gauchos of the Pampas called him the Christian's friend. Gunn did not even know that the horse is the Puma's favorite food. He will leap on the back of a horse at full speed, with his paws break his neck as he runs, and come down with him in a rolling heap. Neither did he know that while submissive to man, as if the maker of both had said to him, "Slay my other creatures, but do my anointed no harm," he could yet upon occasion be provoked to punish, though not to kill him. Glum Gunn rushed across the area, jumped into the cage of the Puma, and began belaboring him with his whip. The beast whimpered and wept, and the brute belabored him. Clare heard the changed cry of his friend and came swooping, like the guardian angel he was. When he saw the patient creature on his haunches like a dog, accepting Gunn's brutality without an attempt to escape it, except indeed by dodging any blows at his head so cleverly that the ruffian could not once hit it, he bounded to the cage, wild with anger and pity, but Gunn stood with his back against the door of it, and he was reduced to entreaty. "Oh, sir, sir," he cried in a voice full of tears, "it was all my fault. Abby came to look for me, and I didn't know Pumi disliked dogs." "Do you tell me, you rascal, that you were down among the animals when I supposed you in your bed?" "Yes, sir, I was." "I didn't know there was any harm. I wasn't doing anything wrong." "Hold your jaw. What was you doing?" "I was only in the cage with the Puma." "You was? You have the impudence to tell me that to my face? I'll teach you, you cotton face, you milk pudding, to go corrupting the animals and making them not worth their salt." He swung himself out of the cage door in a fury, but Clare, with his friend in danger, would not run. The wretch seized him by the collar and began to lash him as he had been lashing the Puma. Happily, he was too close to him to give him such stinging blows. With the first hiss of the thong came a tearing screech from the Puma as he flung himself in fury against the door of his cage. Gunn, in his wrath with Clare, had forgotten to bolt it. Dragging with his claws, he found it unfastened, pulled it open, and like a huge shell from a mortar, shot himself at Gunn. Down he went. For one moment the Puma stood over him, swinging his tail in great sweeps and looking at him, doubtless with indignation. Then, before Clare could lay hold of him, for Clare too had fallen by the onset, Pumi turned a scornful back upon his enemy, and walking away with a slow, careless stride, as if he were not worth thinking of more, leaped into his cage and lay down. The thing passed so swiftly that Clare did not see him touch the man with his paw, and thought he had but thrown him down with his weight. The beast, however, had not left the brute without the lesson he needed. He had given him just one little pat on the side of the head. Gunn rose staggering. The skin and something more was torn down his cheek from the temple almost to the chin, and the blood was streaming. Clare hastened to help him, but he flung him aside, muttering with an oath, "I'll make you pay for this," and went out, holding his head with both hands. Clare went and shot the bolt of the cage. Puma sprang up. His tail and swift shifting feet showed eager expectation of a romp. He had already forgotten the curling lash of the terrible whip, but Clare bade him good night with a kiss through the bars. Glum Gunn kept his bed for more than a week. When at length he appeared, a demonstration of the best art of the surgeon of the town, he was not beautiful to look upon. To the end of his evil earthly days, he bore an ugly scar, and neither his heart nor his temper were the better for his well-deserved punishment. Mrs. Halliwell questioned Clare about the whole thing, inquiring further and further as his answers suggested new directions. Her catechism ended with a partial discovery of Gunn's behavior to her protégé, whom she loved the more that he had been so silent concerning it. She stood perturbed. One moment her face flushed with anger, the next turned pale with apprehension. She bit her lip, and the tears came in her eyes. "Never mind, mother," said Clare, who saw no reason for such emotion. "I'm not afraid of him." "I know you're not, sonny," she answered, "but that don't make me the less afraid for you. He's a bad man, that brother-in-law of mine. I fear he'll do you a mischief. I'm afraid I did wrong in taking you. I ought to have done what I could for you without keeping you about me. We can't get rid of him because he's got money in the business. Not that he's part owner, I don't mean that. If we'd got the money handy, we'd pay him off at once." "I don't care about myself," said Clare. "I don't mean I like to be kicked, but it don't make me miserable. What I can't bear is to see him cruel to the beasts. I love the beasts, mother, even cross old Grizzly. But Mr. Gunn don't meddle much with him." "He respects his own ugly sort," answered Mrs. Halliwell with a laugh. For a while it was plain to Clare that the master kept an eye on his brother and on himself and the Puma. On one occasion he told the assembled staff that he would have no tyranny. Everyone knew there was among them but one tyrant. Gunn saw that his brother was awake and watching. It was a check on his conduct, but he hated Clare the worse. For the Puma, he was afraid of him now and went no more into his cage. With the rest of the men, Clare was a favorite, for they knew him true and helpful, and constantly the same. They could always depend on him. Abdiel shared in the favor shown his master. They said the dog was no beauty and had not a hair of breeding, but he was almost a human creature, if he wasn't too good for one, and it was a shame to kick him. End of chapter 48. Chapter 49 of A Rough Shaking. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Richard Vogel. A Rough Shaking by George MacDonald. Glum Gunn's Revenge. They had opened the Menagerie in a certain large town. It was the evening exhibition, and Clare was going his round with his wand of office, pointing to the different animals and telling of them what he thought would most interest his hearers, when another attendant, the most friendly of all, came behind him and whispered that Glum Gunn had got hold of Abby and must be going to do the dog a mischief. Clare instantly gave him his wand and bolted through the crowd, reproaching himself that because Abby seemed restless, he had shut him up. If he had not been shut up, Gunn would not have got hold of him. When he reached the top of the steps, there was Gunn on the platform addressing the crowd. It was plain to the boy, by this time not inexperienced, that he had been drinking, and though not drunk, had taken enough to rouse the worst in him. He had the poor dog by the scruff of the neck and was holding him out at arm's length. Abdiel was the very picture of wretchedness. Except in color and size, he was more like a flea than any sort of dog, with his hind legs drawn up, his tail tucked in tight between them, and his backbone curved into a half circle. In this uncomfortable plight, the tyrant was making a burlesque speech about him. "Here you see, ladies and gentlemen," he said, resuming a little, for a few fresh spectators were in the act of joining the border of the crowd, "as I have already had the honor of informing you, one of the most extraordinary productions of the vegetable kingdom. It is not unnatural that you should be, as I see you are, inclined to dispute the assertion. I am indeed far from being surprised at your skepticism. The very strangeness of the phenomena consists in his being, to all appearance, neither more nor less than a dog. But when I have the honor of leaving you to your astonishment, I shall have convinced you that he is in reality nothing but a vegetable. I would plainly call him what he is, a cucumber. Did I not fear the statement would demand of you more than your powers of credence, evidently limited, could well afford. But when I have before your eyes cut the throat of this vegetable, so extremely like an ugly mongrel, and when those eyes see no single drop of blood follow the knife, then you will be satisfied of the truth of my assertion, and having gazed on such a specimen of nature's jugglery, will, I hope, do me the honor to walk up and behold yet greater wonders within." He ceased, and set about getting his knife from his pocket. Clare, watching Gunn's every motion, had partially sheltered himself behind the side of the doorway. One who did not know Gunn might well have taken the thing for a practical joke, as innocent as it was foolish, the pretended conclusion of which would be met by some comical frustration, probably the dog's escape. But Clare saw that his friend was in mortal peril. With the eye of one used to wild animals and the unexpectedness of their sudden motions, he stood following every movement of Gunn's hands, ready to anticipate whatever action might indicate its own approach. He watched like the razor-clawed lynx. While Gunn held Abdiel as he did, he could not seriously injure him, and although he was hurting him dreadfully, his hate-possessed fingers, like a live, writhing vice, worrying and squeezing the skin of his poor little neck, it yet was better to wait the right moment. When he saw the arm that held the dog drawn in, and the other hand moved to the man's pocket, he knew that in a moment more, with a theatrical cry of dismay from the murderer, the body of his friend would be dashed on the ground, his head half off, and the blood streaming from his neck. They were mostly a rather vulgar people that stood about the platform, not a few of them capable of being delighted with such an end to a joke, poor without some catastrophe. The wretch had stooped a little and slightly relaxed his hold on the dog to open his knife, when with a bound that doubled the force of the blow, Clare struck him on the side of the head. He had no choice where to hit him, and his fist fell on the spot so lately torn by the claws of Puma. The tyrant fell and lay for a moment stunned. Abdiel flung himself on his master, exultant at finding the thing after all the joke he had been trying in vain to believe it. Clare caught him up and dashed down the steps, one instant before Glum Gunn rose, cursing furiously. Clare charged the crowd. It was not a time to be civil. Abdiel's life was in imminent danger. That his own was in the same predicament did not occur to him. His sudden rush took the crowd by surprise, or those next the caravan would, I fear, have stopped him. Some started to follow him, but the portion of the crowd he came to next had more in it of the better sort and closed up behind him. There all the women and most of the men took the part of the boy that loved his dog. "What you be shoving at?" bawled a huge countryman, against whom Gunn made a cannon as he rushed in pursuit. "I'll knock 'ee flat, I will. Let LilyAnne and his dog alone. I'll be foreign. Hit me in your shoes. I don't object." Every attempt Gunn made to pass him, the man pushed his great body in his way, and he soon saw there was no chance of overtaking Clare. The wings of hate are swift, but not so swift as those of rescuing love, and help is far readier to run to love than to hate. End of chapter 49.
Chapter 50 of A Rough Shaking. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Joann Seah. A Rough Shaking by George MacDonald. Clare seeks help. Clare got out of the crowd and was soon beyond sight of anyone that knew what had taken place. His heart exulting that he had saved his friend who trusted in him. He hurried on, heedless whither, his only thought to get away from the man that would murder Abby. And the town was a long way behind ere the question of what they were to do for supper and shelter presented itself. This had grown a strange thought. So long had the caravan been to him a house of warmth and plenty. But comfort has its disadvantages. And Clare discovered with some dismay that he was not quite so free as ere the luxurious life of the last few weeks began. Both Abby and he would be less able, he feared, to bear hunger and cold. It was but to start afresh, however, and grow abler. One consolation was that if they felt hunger more, it could not do them so much harm. They had more capital to go upon. He must not gather cowardice instead of courage from a season of prosperity. He was glad for Abdiel, though, that he grew his own clothes. He had left his warmest behind him. It made him ashamed to find himself regretting his clothes when he had lost a mother. Then it pleased him to think that she had his sovereign, and the wages due since his clothes were paid for. They would help to give Glum Gunn his own, and set the beast free from him. Then he would go back and spend his life with his mother and Pummy. Poor Pummy! But though Gunn hated him, he was now afraid of him too, and his fear would be the creature's protection. He had imagined it his might that cowed the Puma, when it was the animal's human gentleness that made him submissive to men. He knew better now. Clare clasped Abdiel to his bosom and trudged on. They had gone miles ere it occurred to him that it might be more comfortable for both if each carried his individual burden. He set Abdiel down, and the dog ran vibrating with pleasure. Clare felt himself set down, but with no tail to wag. It was late in the autumn. They could do without supper, but they must, if possible, find shelter. A farmhouse came in sight. It recalled so vividly Clare's early experiences of houselessness that beast and caravans, his mother and Glum Gunn, grew hazy and distant. and the old time drew so near that he seemed to have walked into it out of a long dream. They were back in the old misery, a misery in which, however, his heart had not been pierced as now with the pangs of innocent creatures unable or unwilling to defend themselves from their natural guardian. It was long before he learned that for weeks Gunn was unable to hurt one of them, that his drinking, his late wound, and the blow Clare had given him brought on him a severe attack of erysipelas. When they reached the farmyard, Clare knew by the aspects of things that the cattle were housed and the horses suppered. He crept unseen into one of the cow houses. The bodies and breath of the animals would keep them warm. How sweet the smell seemed to him after that of the caravans! An empty stall was before him, like a chamber prepared for his need. He gathered a few straws from under each of the cows, taking care that not one of them should be the less comfortable, and spread with them for Abby and himself a thin couch. But with the excitement of what had happened, his wonder as to what would come next, and the hunger that had begun to gnaw at him, Clare could not sleep. And as he lay awake, thoughts came to him. Whence do the thoughts come to us? Of one thing I am sure, that I do not make or even send for my own thoughts. If some greater one did not think about us, we should not think about anything. Then what a wonder is the night! How it works compelling people to think. Surely somehow God comes nearer in the night. Clare began to think how helpless he was. He was not thinking of food and warmth, but of doing things for the beings he loved. It seemed to him hard that he could but love, and nothing more. There was his mother. He could do nothing to deliver her from that villainous brother-in-law. There was Puma, exposed to the cruelty of the same evil man, and again he could do nothing for him. There was Amelie. He could do nothing for her, nothing to make her father and mother glad for her up in the dome of the angels. Was it possible that he really could do nothing? Then came the thought that people used to say prayers in the days when he went with his mother to church. He had been taught to say prayers himself, but had begun to forget them when there was no bed to kneel beside. What did saying prayers mean? In the Bible stories, people prayed when they were in trouble and could not help themselves. Did it matter that he had no church and no bedside? Surely one place must be as good as another, if it was true that God was everywhere. Surely he could hear him wherever he spoke. Neither could there be any necessity for speaking loud. God would hear, however low he spoke. Then he remembered that God knew the thoughts of his creatures. If so, he might think a prayer to him. There was no need for any words. From the moment of that conclusion, Clare began to pray to God. And now he prayed the right kind of prayer. That is, his prayers were real prayers. He asked for what he wanted. To say prayers asking God for things we do not care about is to mock him. When we ask for something we want, it may be a thing God does not care to give us, but he likes us to speak to him about it. If it is good for us, he will give it us. If it is not good, he will not give it to us, for it would hurt us. But Clare only asked God to do what he is always doing. His prayers was that God would be good to all his mothers, and to his 2 fathers, and Mr. Halliwell, and Amelie, and Sarah, and his own baby, and Tommy, and poor Puma, and would, if Glum Gunn beat him, help him to bear the blows and not mind them very much. He ended with something like this: God, I can't do anything for anybody. I wish I could. You can get near them. God, please do something good to every one of them because I can't. I think I could go to sleep now, if I were sure you had listened." Having thus cast all his cares on God, he did go to sleep, and woke in the morning, ready for the new day that arrived with his waking. End of chapter 50.
Chapter 51 of A Rough Shaking. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by April 6090. A Rough Shaking by George MacDonald. Clare, a True Master. It would take a big book to tell all the things of interest that happened to Clare in the next few weeks. They would be mainly how and where he found refuge, and how he and Abdiel got things to eat. Verily, they did not live on the fat of the land. Now and then some benevolent person, seeing him in such evident want, would contrive a job, in order to pay him for it. In one place, although they had no need of him, certain good people gave him 10 days' work under a gardener, and dismissed him with 20 shillings in his pocket. One way and another, Clare and Abdiel did not die of hunger or of cold. That is the summary of their history for a good many weeks. One night they slept on a common in the lee of a gypsy tent, and contrived to get away in the morning without being seen, for Clare feared they might offer him something stolen, and hunger might persuade him to ask no questions. Many respectable people will laugh at the idea of a boy being so particular. Such are immeasurably more to be pitied than Clare. No one could be hard on a boy who in such circumstances took what was offered him, but he would not be so honest as Clare, though he might well be more honest than such as would laugh at him. Another time he went up to a large house to see if he might not there get a job. He found the place, for the time at least, abandoned. I suppose the persons in charge had deserted their post to make holiday. He lingered about until the evening fell, and then got with Abdiel under a glass frame in the kitchen garden. But the glass was so close to them that Clare feared breaking it, so they got out again, and lay down on a bench in a shed for potting plants. Clare was waked in the morning by a sound cuff on the side of the head. He got off the bench, took up Abdiel, and coming to himself, said to the gardener, who stood before him in righteous indignation, "I'm much obliged to you for my bedroom, sir. It was very cold last night." His words and respectful manner mollified the gardener a little. "You have no business here," he returned. "I know that, sir, but what is a boy to do?" answered Clare. "I wasn't hurting anything, and it was so cold we might have died if we had slept out of doors." "Well, that's no business of mine." "But it is of mine," rejoined Clare, "except you think a boy that couldn't get work ought to commit suicide. If he mustn't do that, he can't always help doing what people with houses don't like." The gardener was not a bad sort of fellow, and perceived the truth in what the boy said. "That's always the story," he replied, however. "Can't get work. No idle boy ever could get work. I know that sort of you well." "Would you mind giving me a chance?" returned Clare eagerly. "I wouldn't ask much wages." "You wouldn't, if you asked what you was worth." "We'd be worth our victuals anyhow," answered Clare, who always counted the dog. "Who's we?" asked the man. "Be there 100 of you?" "No, only 2. Only me and Abdiel here." "Oh, that beast of a mongrel?" The gardener made a stride as if to seize the dog. Clare bounded from him. The man burst into a mocking laugh. "He is a good dog indeed, sir," said Clare. "You'll give him the sack before I give you a job." "We're old friends, sir. We can't be parted." "I thought as much," cried the gardener. "They're always ready to work, and so hungry. But will they part with a mangy dog? Not they. Hard work and good wages ain't nowhere beside a mongrel pup. Get out. Don't I know the whole ugly bilin of ye?" Clare turned away with a gentle good morning, which the man did not get out of his heart for a matter of 2 days, and departed, hugging Abdiel. He was often cold and always hungry, but his life was anything but dull. The man who does not know where his next meal is to come from is seldom afflicted with ennui. That is the monopoly of the enviable, with nothing to do, and everything money can get to them. A foolish West End life has immeasurably more discomfort in it than that of a street Arab. The ordinary beggar, while in tolerable health, finds far more enjoyment than most fashionable ladies. Thus Clare went wandering long, seeking work, and finding next to none, all the time upheld by the feeling that something was waiting for him somewhere, that he was every day drawing near to it. Not once yet had he lost his heart. In a very virtue of unselfishness and lack of resentment, he was strong. Not once had he shed a tear for himself. Not once had he pitied his own condition. End of chapter 51. Chapter 52 of A Rough Shaking. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by April 6090. A Rough Shaking by George MacDonald. Miss Tempest. Without knowing it, he was approaching the sea. Walking along a chain of downs, he saw suddenly, from the top of one of them, for the first time in his memory, though not in his life, the sea. A pale blue cloud, as it appeared, far on the horizon, between two low hills. The sight of it, although he did not at first know what it was, brought with it a strange, inexplicable feeling of dolorous pleasure. For this he could not account. It was childhood, lying somewhere deeper than the memory, which was a blank in regard to it. But that feeling was not all that the sight awoke in him. The pale blue cloud bore to him such a look of the eternal that it seemed the very place for God to live in, the solemn, stirless region of calm in which the being to whom now of late he had first begun in reality to pray kept his abode. The hungry, worn, tattered boy, with nothing to call his own but a great hope and a little dog, fell down on his bare knees on the hard road and stretched out his hands in an ecstasy toward the low cloud. The far-off ringing tramp of a horse's feet aroused him. He rose light as an athlete, the great hope grown twice its former size, and hunger forgotten. The blue cloud kept in sight, and by he knew it was the sea. He saw, though how or at what moment the knowledge came to him, he could not have told. The track was leading him toward one of the principal southern ports. By this time he was again very thin, but he had brown cheeks and clear eyes, and, save when suffering immediately from hunger, felt perfectly well. Hunger is a sad thing, notwithstanding its deep wholesomeness, but there is immeasurably more suffering in the world from eating too much than from eating too little. Well, able by this time to read the signs of the road, he perceived at length he must be drawing near a town. He had already passed a house or two, with a little lawn in front, and indications of a garden behind, and he hoped yet again that here, after all, he might get work. To door after door he carried his modest request. Some doors were shut in his face almost before he could speak. At others he had a civil word from maid or a rough word from man. From none came a sound of assent. It had become harder, too, to find shelter. Ever as he went, space was more and more appropriated and enclosed. Less and less room was left for the man for whom had been made no special cubic provision of earth and air, and who had no money, the most disreputable of conditions in the eyes of such as would be helpless if they had none. A rare philosopher for eyes capable of understanding him, he was a despicable being in the eyes of the common man. To know a human being, one must be human. That is, the divine must be strong in him. For some days now, neither Clare nor Abdiel had come even within sight of food enough to make a meal. The dog was rather thinner than his master. "Abdiel," said Clare to him one day, "I fear you will soon be a serpent. Your body gets longer and longer, and your legs get shorter and shorter. You'll be crawling presently, rubbing the hair off your useless little belly on the dusty road. Never mind, Abdiel. You'll be a good serpent. Satan has turned into a bad serpent because he was a bad angel. You will be a good serpent because you are a good dog. I hope, however, we shall yet put a stop to the serpent business." Abdiel wagged his tail as much as to say, "All right, master." The nights were now very cold. Winter was coming fast. Had Clare been long enough in one place for people to know him, he would never have been allowed to go, so cold and hungry. But he had always to move on, and nobody had time to learn to care about him. So the terrible sunless season threatened to wrap him in its winding sheet and lay him down. One evening just before sunset, grown sleepy in spite of the gathering cold, he sat down on one of the two steep grassy slopes that bordered the road. His feet were bare now, bare and brown, for his shoes had come to such plight that it was a relief to throw them away. But his soles had grown like leather. They rested in the dry, shallow rain channel, and his body leaned back against the slope. Abdiel, instead of jumping on the bank and lying in the soft grass, lay down on the leathery feet, and covered them from the night with his long, faithful body and its coat of tangled hair. The sun was shooting his last radiance along the road, and its redness caressed the sleeping companions, when an elderly lady came to her gate at the top of the opposite slope, and looked down upon the road with the sun. Her reverting glance fell upon the sleepers, the Knight of Hope lying in rags, not marble, his feet not upon his dog, but his dog upon his feet. It was a touching picture, and the old lady's heart was one easily touched. She looked and saw that the face of the boy, whose hunger was as plain as his rags, was calm as the wintry sky. She wondered, but she needed not have wondered, for storm of anger, drought of greed, nor rotting mist of selfishness had passed or rested there, to billow or score or waste. Her mere glance seemed to wake Abdiel, who took advantage of his waking to have a lick at the brown, dusty, brave, uncomplaining feet, so well used to the world's Via Dolorosa. She saw, and was touched yet more by his ministration of the guardian of the feet. Gently opening the gate, she descended the slope, crossed the road, and stood silent, regarding the outcasts. No cloudy blanket covered the sky. Ere morning, the dew would lie frozen on the grass. "You shouldn't be sleeping there," she said. Abdiel started to his 4 feet and would have snarled, but with one look at the lady changed his mind. Clare half awoke, half sat up, made an inarticulate murmur, and fell back again. "Get up, my boy," said the old lady. "You must indeed." "Oh, please, ma'am, must I?" answered Clare, slowly rising to his feet. "I had but just lain down, and I am so tired. If I mayn't sleep there," he continued, "where am I to sleep? Please, ma'am, why is everybody so set against letting a boy sleep? It doesn't cost them anything. I can understand not giving him work, if he looks too much in want of it. But why should they count it bad of him to lie down and sleep?" The lady wisely let him talk. Not until he stopped did she answer him. "It's because of the frost, my boy," she said. "It would be the death of you to sleep out of doors tonight." "It's a nice place for it, ma'am." "To sleep in? Certainly not." "I didn't mean that, ma'am. I meant a nice place to go away from, to die in, ma'am." "This is not ours to choose," answered the old lady severely, but the tone of her severity trembled. "I shan't find anywhere so nice as this bank," said Clare, turning and looking at it sorrowfully. "There are about plenty of places in town. It's but a mile farther on." "But this is so much nicer, ma'am. And I've no money, none at all, ma'am. When I came out of prison—" "Came out of where?" "Out of prison, ma'am." He had never been in prison in a legal sense, never having been convicted of anything, but he did not know the difference between detention and imprisonment. "Prison!" she exclaimed, holding up her hands in horror. "How dare you mention prison?" "Because I was in it, ma'am." And to say it so coolly, too. Are you not ashamed of yourself? No, ma'am. It's a shame to have been in prison. Not if I didn't do anything wrong. Nobody will believe that, I'm afraid. I suppose not, ma'am. I used to feel very angry when people wouldn't believe me. But now I see they are not to blame. And now I've got used to it. And it don't hurt so much. But, he added with a sigh, the worst of it, they won't give me any work. Do you always tell people you've come out of prison? Yes, ma'am, when I think of it. Then you won't wonder they won't give you work. I don't, ma'am, not now. It seems a law of the universe. Not of the universe, I think, but of this world, perhaps, said the old lady thoughtfully. But there's one thing I do wonder at, said Clare. When I say I've been in prison, they believe me. But when I say I haven't done anything wrong, then they mock me, and seem quite amused at being expected to believe that. I can't get at it. I dare say, but people will always believe you against yourself. What are you going to do, then, if nobody will give you work? You can't starve. Indeed I can, ma'am. It's just the thing I've got to do. We've been pretty near the last of it sometimes, me and Abdiel. Haven't we, Abby? The dog wagged his tail, and the old lady turned aside to control her feelings. Don't cry, ma'am, said Clare. I don't mind it, not much. I'm too glad. I didn't do anything to mind it much. Why should I? Ought I to mind it much, ma'am? Jesus Christ hadn't done anything, and they killed him. I don't fancy it so bad to die of only hunger. But we'll soon see, shan't we, Abby? Again the dog wagged his tail. If you didn't do anything wrong, what did you do? Asked the old lady, almost at her wit's end. I don't like telling things that are not going to be believed. It's like washing your face with ink. I will try to believe you. Then I will tell you, for you speak the truth, ma'am, and so, perhaps, will be able to believe the truth. How do you know I speak the truth? Because you didn't say I will believe you. Nobody can be sure of doing that. But you can be sure of trying, and you said I will try to believe you. Tell me about it, then. I will, ma'am. The policeman came in the middle of the night when we were asleep, and took us all away, because we were in a house that was not ours. Whose was it, then? Nobody knew. It was what they call in Chancery. There was nobody in it but moths and flies and spiders and rats, though I think the rats only came to eat baby. Baby? Then the whole family of you, mother, father, and all, were taken to prison? No, ma'am. My father's and my mother's were taken up to the dome of the angels. What with hunger and sleeplessness, Clare was talking like a child. I haven't any father and mother in this world. I have 2 fathers and 2 mothers up there, and 1 mother in this world. She's the mother of the wild beasts. The old lady began to doubt the boy's sanity, but she went on questioning him. How did you have a baby with you, then? The baby was my own, ma'am. I took her out of the water butt. Once more Clare had to tell his story, from the time, that is, when his adoptive father and mother died. He told it in such a simple, matter-of-fact way, yet with such quaint remarks, from their simplicity difficult to understand, that if the old lady, for all her trying, was not able to quite believe his tale, it was because she doubted whether the boy was not one of God's innocents, with an angel-haunted brain. And what's become of Tommy? She asked. He's in the same workhouse with baby. I'm very glad, for what I should have done with Tommy, and nothing to give him to eat, I can't think. He would have been sure to steal. I couldn't have kept him from it. You must be more careful of your company. Please, ma'am, I was very careful of Tommy. He had the best company I could give him. I did try to be better for Tommy's sake, but my trying wasn't much use to Tommy, so long as he wouldn't try. He was a little better, though, I think, and if I had him now, and could give him plenty to eat, and had Babe as well as Abdiel to help me, we might make something of Tommy, I think. You think so, don't you, Abdiel? The dog, who had stood looking at his master's face all the time he spoke, wagged his tail faster. What a name to give a dog! Where did you find it? In paradise, lost, ma'am. Abdiel was the one angel you remember, ma'am, who, when he saw what Satan was up to, left him and went back to his duty. And what was his duty? Why, of course, to do what God told him. I love Abdiel, and because I love the little dog, and he took care of the baby, I call him Abdiel too. Heaven is so far off that it makes no confusion to have the same name. But how dare you give the name of an angel to a dog? To a good dog, ma'am. A good dog is good enough to go with any angel, at his heels, of course. If he had been a bad dog, I would have been wicked to name him after a good angel. If the dog had been Tommy, if Tommy had been the dog, I should have had to call him Moloch or Beelzebub. God made the angels and the dogs, and if the dogs are good, God loves them. Don't he, Abdiel? Abdiel assented after his usual fashion, the lady saying nothing. Clare went on. Abdiel won't mind. The angel Abdiel, ma'am. He won't mind lending his name to my friend. The dog will have a name of his own, perhaps some day, like the rest of us. What is your name? The name I have now is, like the dog's, a borrowed one. I shall get my own one day, not here, but there, when I'm hungry enough to go and find it. Clare had grown very white. He sat down and lay back on the grass. He had talked more in those few minutes than for weeks, and want had made him weak. He felt very faint. The dog jumped up and fell to licking his face. What a wicked woman I am, said the lady to herself, and ran across the road like some long-legged bird, and climbed the bank swiftly. She disappeared within the gate, but to return presently with a tumbler of milk and a huge piece of bread. Here, boy, she cried, here is medicine for you. Make haste and take it. Clare sat up feebly and stared at the tumbler for a moment. Either he could hardly believe his eyes, or was too sick to take it all at once. When he had it in his hand, he held it out to the dog. Here, Abdiel, have a little, he said. This offended the old lady. You're never going to give the dog that good milk, she cried. A little of it, please, ma'am. And feed him out of the tumbler, too? He's had nothing today, ma'am. We're comrades. But he's not clean of you. Ah, you don't know dogs, ma'am. His tongue is as clean as anybody's. Abdiel took 3 or 4 little laps of the milk, drew away, and looked up at his master, as much as to say, You now. Besides, Clare went on, he couldn't get it so well in the bottom of the tumbler. With that he raised it to his own lips, drank eagerly, and set it on the road half empty, looking for thanks to the giver with a smile she thought heavenly. Then he broke the bread, and giving the dog nearly the half of it, began to eat the rest himself. The old lady stood looking on in silence, pondering what she was to do with the celestial beggar. Would you mind sleeping in the greenhouse if I had a bed put up for you? She said at length in tone apologetic. This is a better place, though I wish it was warmer, said Clare with another smile as he looked up at the sky, in which a few stars were beginning to twinkle, and thought of the gardeners he had met. Don't you think it better, ma'am? No, indeed I don't, she answered crossly, for to her the open air at night seemed wrong, disreputable. There was something unholy in it. I would rather stay here, said Clare. Why? Because you don't quite believe me, ma'am. You can't, and you can't help it. You wouldn't be able to sleep for thinking that a boy, just out of prison, was lying in the greenhouse. There would be no saying what he might do. I once read in a newspaper how an old lady took a lad into her house for a servant, and he murdered her. No, ma'am, thank you. After such a supper we shall sleep beautifully. Shan't we, Abby? And then, perhaps, you could give me a job in the garden tomorrow. I dare say the gardener wants a little help sometimes. But if he knew me to have slept in the greenhouse, he would hate me. The old lady said nothing, for like most old ladies, she feared her gardener. She took the tumbler from the boy's hand and went into the house. But in 2 minutes she came again, with another great piece of bread for Clare, and a bone with something on it, which she threw to Abdiel. The dog's ears started up, erect and alive, like individual creatures, and his eyes gleamed, but he looked at his master, and would not touch the bone without his leave, which given he fell upon it, as if it had been a rat. Clare now was himself again, and when the old lady left them for the 3rd time, he walked with her across the way, bread in hand, to open the gate for her. When she was inside, he took off his cap, and bade her good night with a grace that won all that was left to be won of her heart. Before she had taken 3 steps from the gate, the old lady turned. "Boy," she called, and Clare, who was making for his couch under the stars, hastened back at the sound of her voice. "I shall not be able to sleep tonight," she said, "for thinking of you out there in the bleak night." "I'm used to it, ma'am." "Oh, I dare say, but you see I'm not, and I don't like the thought of it. You may like hoar-frost sheets, for what I know, but I don't. You may like the stars for a tester, because you want to die and go to them, I suppose. But I have no fancy for the stars. You are a foolish fellow, and I am out of temper with you. You don't give a thought to me, or to my feelings if you should die. I should never go to bed again with a good conscience. Besides, I should have to nurse you." The last member of her expostulation was hardly in logical sequence. It had not the less influence on Clare for that. "I will do whatever you please, ma'am," he answered humbly. "Come, Abdiel." The dog came running across the road with his bone in his mouth. "You mustn't bring that inside the gate, Ab," said Clare. The dog dropped it. "Good dog, it's a lady's garden, you know, Abdiel." Then turning to his hostess, Clare added, "I always tell him, when I'm pleased with him. Don't you think it right, ma'am?" "I dare say. I don't know anything about dogs." "If you had a dog like Abdiel, he would soon teach you dogs, ma'am," rejoined Clare. By this time they were at the house door. The lady told him to wait there, went in, and had a talk with her 2 maids. In half an hour, Clare and his 4-footed angel were asleep. In an outhouse, it is true, but in a comfortable bed, such as they had not seen since their flight from the caravans. The cold breeze wandered moaning like a lost thing round the bare walls, as if every time it woke it went abroad to see if there was any hope for the world. But it did not touch them, and if through their ears it got into their dreams, it made their sleep the sweeter, and their sense of refuge the deeper. But although the bewitching boy and his good dog were not lying in the open air over against her gate, and although never a thought of murder or theft came to trouble her, it was long before the old lady found repose. Her heart had been deeply touched. End of chapter 52. Read by April 6090. Chapter 53 of A Rough Shaking. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. A Rough Shaking by George MacDonald, the gardener. From the fact that his hostess made him no answer when he breathed the hope of a job in her garden, Clare concluded that he had presumed in suggesting the thing to her, and that she would be relieved by their departure. When he woke in the morning, therefore, early after a grand sleep, he felt he had no right to linger. He had been invited to sleep, and he had slept. He also shrank from the idea of being supposed to expect his breakfast before he went. So, as soon as he got up, he walked out of the gate, crossed the road, and sat down on the spot he had occupied the night before, there to wait until the house should be astir. For although he could not linger within gates where he was unknown, neither could he slink away without morning thanks for the gift of a warm night. As he sat, he grew drowsy, and leaning back, fell fast asleep. The thoughts of his hostess had been running on very different lines, and she woke with feelings concerning the pauper very different from those the pauper imagined in her. She must do something for him. She must give or get him work. As to giving him work, her difficulty lay in the gardener. She resolved, however, to attempt overcoming it. She rose earlier than usual, therefore, and as the man, who did not sleep in the house, was not yet come, she went down to the gate to meet him and have the thing over. So eager was she, and so nervous in prospect of such an interview with her dreaded servant. "Good gracious!" she murmured aloud. "Does it rain beggars?" For there on the same spot lay another beggar, another boy with the dog in his bosom, the facsimile of the ugly white thing named after Milton's angel. She did not feel moved to go and make his acquaintance. It could not be another of the family, could it? They had already heard of his brother's good luck, and come to see whether there might not be a picking for him too? She turned away hurriedly, lest he should wake, and went back to the house. But looking behind her, as she mounted the steps, she caught sight of the gardener at the other gate, casting a displeased look across the road before he entered. He did not like to see tramps about. Her heart sank a little, but she was not to be turned aside. The gardener came in, and his mistress joined him and walked with him to his work, telling him as much as she thought fit concerning the boy, and interspersing her narrative with hints of the duty of giving every one a chance. She took care not to mention that he had come out of a prison somewhere. No one should be driven to despair, she said, little thinking she used almost the very words of the Lord, according to the Sinaitic reading of a passage in St. Luke's Gospel. The argument had little force with the rough Scotchman. His mistress was soft-hearted. He shook his head ominously at the idea of giving a tramp the chance of doing decent work, but at last consented, with a show of being over-persuaded, to an imprudent action, to let the boy help him for a day, and see how he got on, stipulating, however, that he should not be supposed to have pledged himself to anything. Miss Tempest's plans went beyond the gardener's scope. She had for some months been inclined to have a boy to help in the house, an inclination justified by a late unexpected accession of income. If this boy were what he seemed, he would make a more than valuable servant, and nothing could clear her judgment of him better, she thought, than putting him to the test of a brief subjection to the cross-grained, exacting Scotchman. By that she would soon know whether to dismiss him or venture with him farther. She had but just wrung his hard consent from the gardener, when the cook came running to say the boy was gone. Upon poor Miss Tempest's heart fell a cold avalanche. "But we've counted the spoons, ma'am, and they're all right," said the cook. This additional statement, however, did not seem to give much consolation to the benevolent old lady. She stood for a moment with her eyes on the ground, too pained to move or speak. Then she started and ran to the gate. The cook ran after, thinking her mistress gone out of her mind, and was sure of it when she saw her open the gate and run straight down the bank to the road. But when she reached the gate herself, she saw her standing over a boy asleep on the grass of the opposite bank. Abdul, lying on his bosom, watched her with keen, friendly eyes. Clare was dreaming some agreeable morning dream, for a smile of such pleasure as could haunt only an innocent face nickered on it like a sunny ripple on the still water of a pool. "No," said Miss Tempest to herself, "there's no duplicity there. Otherwise a tree is not known by its fruit." Clare opened his eyes and started lightly to his feet, strong and refreshed. "Good morning, ma'am," he said, pulling off his cap. "Good morning. What am I to call you?" she returned. "Clare, if you please, ma'am." "What is your Christian name?" "That is my Christian name, ma'am, Clare." "Then what is your surname?" "I am called Porson, ma'am, but I have another name. Mr. Porson adopted me." "What is your other name?" "I don't know, ma'am. I'm going to know one day, I think, but the day is not yet come." He told her all he could about his adoptive parents and little Molly, but the time before he went to the farm was growing strangely dreamlike, as if he had sunk a long way down in the dark waters of the past, all up to the hour when Molly was carried away by the long black ant. The story accounted to Miss Tempest both for his good speech and the name of his dog. The adopted child of a clergyman might well be acquainted with Paradise Lost, though she herself had never read more of it than the apostrophe to light in the beginning of the third book, that she had learned at school without understanding phrase or sentence of it, while Clare never left passage alone until he understood it, or, failing that, had invented a meaning for it. "Well then, Clare, I've been talking to my gardener about you," said Miss Tempest. "He will give you a job." "God bless you, ma'am. I'm ready," cried Clare, stretching out his arms as if to get them to the proper length for work. Where shall I find him?" "You must have breakfast first." She led the way to the kitchen. The cook, a middle-aged woman, looked at the dog, and her face puckered all over with points of interrogation and exclamation. "Please, cook, will you give this young man some breakfast? He wanted to go to work without any, but that wouldn't do, would it, cook?" said her mistress. "I hope the dog won't be running in and out of my kitchen all day, ma'am." "No fear of that, cook," said Clare. "He never leaves me." "Then I don't think I'm afraid," she began and stopped. "But that's none of my business," she added. "John will look after his own, and more." Miss Tempest said nothing, but she almost trembled, for John, she knew, had a perfect hatred of dogs. Nor could anyone wonder, for gate open or gate shut, in they came and ran over his beds. She dared not interfere. He and Clare must settle the question of Abdil, or no Abdil, between them. She left the kitchen. The cook threw the dog a crust of bread, and Abdil, after a look at his master, fell upon it with his white, hungry little teeth. Then she proceeded to make a cup of coffee for Clare, casting an occasional glance of pity at his garments, so miserably worn and rent, and his brown bare feet. "How on earth of this blessed world, boy, do you expect to work in the garden without shoes?" she said at length. "Most things I can do well enough without them," answered Clare. "Even digging, if the ground is not very hard. My feet used to be soft, but now the soles of them are like leather. They've grown their own shoes," he added with a smile, and looked straight in her eyes. The smile and the look went far to win her heart, as they had won that of her mistress. She felt them true, and wondered how such a fair-spoken, sweet-faced boy could be on the tramp. She poured him a huge cup of coffee, fried him a piece of bacon, and cut him as much bread and butter as he could dispose of. He had not often eaten anything but dry bread, in general very dry, since he left the Menagerie, and now felt feasted like an emperor. Pleased with the master, the cook fed the dog with equal liberality, and then, curious to witness their reception by John, between whom and herself was continuous feud, she conducted Clare to the gardener. From a distance he saw them coming. With look irate fixed upon the dog, he started to meet them. Clare knew too well the meaning of that look, and saw in him Satan regarding Abdil with eye of fire, and the words on his lips, "And fly, ere evil intercept thy flight." The moment he came near enough, without word or show of malice, beyond what lay in his eye, he made with the sharp hoe he carried a sudden downstroke at the faithful angel, thinking to serve him as Gabriel served Moloch. But Abdil was too quick for him. He had read danger in his very gait the moment he saw him move, and enmity in his eyes when he came nearer. He kept therefore his own eyes on the hoe, and never moved until the moment of attack. Then he darted aside. The weapon therefore came down on the hard gravel, jarring the arm of his treacherous enemy. With a muttered curse, John followed him and made another attempt, which Abdil in like manner eluded. John followed and followed. Abdil fled and fled, never farther than a few yards, seeming almost to entice the man's pursuit, sometimes pirouetting on his hind legs to escape the blows which the gardener, growing more and more furious with failure, went on aiming at him. Fruitlessly did Clare assure him that neither would the dog do any harm, nor allow any one to hit him. It was from very weariness that at last he desisted, and wiping his forehead with his shirt-sleeve, turned upon Clare in the smothered wrath that knows itself ridiculous. For all the time the cook stood by, shaking with delighted laughter at his every fresh discomfiture. "Oh, why ye deals bucky," he cried, "and take the little Satan wid ye. Dinna let me see your face again." "But the lady told me you would give me a job," said Clare. "I dinna tell her I would give you your take a job. I wad though, gin he do what let me." "He's given you a stiff one," said the cook, and laughed again. The gardener took no notice of her remark. "Away wi' you," he cried again, yet more wrathfully, "or—" He raised his cane. Clare looked in his eye and did not budge. "For shame, John!" expostulated the cook. "Would you strike a child?" I'm no child cook, said Clare. He can't hurt me much. I've had a good breakfast. Let him take away that devil, I take, he's, as I told him, thundered the gardener, or I'll make a pulp of him. I've had such a breakfast, sir, as I'm bound to give a whole day's work in return for, said Clare, looking up at the angry man, and I won't stir till I've done it. Stolen food on my stomach would turn me sick. Ying it did. It ought to be the first time, I reckon, said the gardener. It would be the first time, returned Clara. You are very rude. If Abdiel understood Scotch, he would bite you, he added as the dog, hearing his master speak angrily, came up, ears erect, and took his place at his side, ready for combat. You'll have to take some other mode of paying the debt, said John. Sticks fall in your here. Ye shall not. You are a Montfleet first. With that he walked slowly away, shouldering his hoe. Come, Abdiel, said Clare. We must go and tell Miss Tempest. Perhaps she'll find something else for us to do. If she can't, she'll forgive us our breakfast, and we'll be off on a tramp again. I thought we were going to have a good day's rest. I mean work. That's the rest we want. But this man is an enemy to the poor. The gardener half turned as if he would speak, but changed his mind and went his way. Never mind John, said the cook, loud enough for John to hear. He's an old curmudgeon, as can't sleep o' nights for quarrelling inside him. I'll go to Mrs., and you go and sit down in the kitchen till I come to you. End of chapter 53. Chapter 54 of A Rough Shaking. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by April 6090. A Rough Shaking by George MacDonald. The Kitchen. Clare went into the kitchen and sat down. The housemaid came in and stood for a moment looking at him. Then she asked him what he wanted there. Cook told me to wait here, he answered. Wait for what? Till she came to me. She's gone to speak to Miss Tempest. I won't have that dog here. When I had a home, remarked Clare, our servant said the cook was queen of the kitchen. I don't want to be rude, ma'am, but I must do as she told me. She never told you to bring that mangy animal in here. She knew he would follow me, and she said nothing about him. But he's not mangy. He hasn't enough to eat to be mangy. He's as lean as a dried fish. The housemaid, being fat, was inclined to think the remark was personal. But Clare looked up at her with such clear, honest, simple eyes that she forgot the notion, and thought what a wonderfully nice boy he looked. He's shamefully poor, though. His clothes ain't even decent, she remarked to herself. And certainly the white skin did look through in several places. You won't let him put his nose in anything, will you? She said gently, returning his smile, with a very pleasant one of her own. Abdiel is too much of a gentleman to do it, he answered. A dog a gentleman, rejoined the housemaid with a merry laugh, willing to draw him out. Abdiel can be hungry and not greedy, answered Clare, and the young woman was silent. Miss Tempest and Mrs. Merriweather had all this time been turning over the question of what was to be done with the strange boy. They agreed it was too bad that anyone willing to work should be prevented from earning even a day's victuals by the bad temper of a gardener. But his mistress did not want to send the man away. She had found him scrupulously honest, as is many a bad-tempered man, and she did not like changes. The cook on her part had taken such a fancy to Clare that she did not want him set to garden work. She would have him at once into the house, and begin training him for a page. Now Miss Tempest was greatly desiring the same thing, but in dread of what the cook would say, and was delighted, therefore, when the first suggestion of it came from Mrs. Merriweather herself. The only obstacle in the cook's eyes was that same long, spectral dog. The boy could not be such a fool, however, she said, not being a lover of animals, as let a wretched beast like that come betwixt him and a good situation. It's all right, Clare, said Mrs. Merriweather, entering her queendom so radiant within that she could not repress the outshine of her pleasure. Mrs. and me, we've arranged it all. you're to help me in the kitchen, and if you can do what you're told and are willing to learn, we'll soon get you out of your troubles. There's but one thing in the way." "What is it, please?" asked Clare. "The dog, of course. You must part with the dog." "That I cannot do," returned Clare quietly, with countenance fallen and sorrowful. "Come, Abdiel." The dog started up, every hair of him full of electric vitality. "You don't mean you're going to walk yourself off in such a beastly ungrateful fashion, and all for a miserable cur!" exclaimed the cook. "The lady has been most kind to us, and we're grateful to her and ready to work for her if she will let us. Ain't we, Abdiel? But Abdiel has done far more for me than Miss Tempest. To part with Abdiel and leave him to starve, or get into bad company, would be sheer ingratitude. I should be a creature such as Miss Tempest ought to have nothing to do with. I might serve her as that young butler I told her of. It's just as bad to be ungrateful to a dog as to any other person. Besides, he wouldn't leave me. He would be always hanging about. John would soon knock him on the head." "Would he, Abdiel?" said Clare. The dog looked up in his master's face with such a comical answer in his own that the cook burst out laughing and began to like Abdiel. "But you don't really mean to say," she persisted, "that you'd go off again on the tramp to be as cold and hungry again tomorrow as you were yesterday, and all for the sake of a dog? A dog ain't a Christian." "Abdiel's more of a Christian than some I know," answered Clare. "He does what his master tells him." "There's something in that," said the cook. "If I parted with Abdiel, I could never hold up my head among the angels," insisted Clare. "Think what harm it might do him. He could trust nobody after. His goodness might give way. He might grow worse than Tommy. No, I've got to take care of Abdiel, and Abdiel's got to take care of me. Ain't you, Abby?" "We can't have him here in the kitchen, nohow," said the cook in relenting tone. "Poor fellow," said the housemaid kindly. The dog turned to her and wagged his tail. "What would I give for a lover like that?" said the housemaid. But whether of Clare or the dog I cannot say. "I know what I shall do," cried Clare, in sudden resolve. "I will ask Miss Tempest to have him upstairs with her, and when she is tired of either of us, we will go away together." "A probable thing," returned the cook. "A lady like Miss Tempest with a dog like that about her? She'd be eaten alive with fleas. In 10 minutes she would." "No fear of that," rejoined Clare. "Abdiel catches all his own fleas. Don't you, Abby?" The dog instantly began to burrow in his fell of hair, an answer which might be taken either of two ways. It might indicate comprehension and corroboration of his master, or the necessity for a fresh hunt. The women laughed, much amused. "Look here," said Clare. "Let me have a tub of water. Warm, if you please. He likes that. I tried him once, passing a factory, where a lot of it was running to waste. Then, with the help of a bit of soap, I'll show you a body of hair to astonish you." "What breed is he?" "He's all the true breeds under the sun, I fancy," returned his master. "But the most of him seems of the blue sky terrier sort." The more they talked with Clare, the better the women liked him. They got him a tub and plenty of warm water. Abdiel was nothing loath to be plunged in, and Clare washed him thoroughly. Taken out and dried, he seemed no more for a lady's chamber unmet. "Now," said Clare, "will you please ask Miss Tempest if I may bring him on to the lawn and show her some of his tricks?" The good lady was much pleased with the cleverness and instant obedience of the little animal. Clare proposed that she should keep him by her. "But will he stay with me? And will he do what I tell him?" she asked. Clare took the dog aside and talked to him. He told him what he was going to do and what he expected of him. How much Abdiel understood, who can tell? But when his master laid him down at Miss Tempest's feet, there he lay. And when Clare went with the cook, he did not move, though he cast many a wistful glance after the lord of his heart. When his new mistress went into the house, he followed her submissively, his head hanging and his tail motionless. He soon recovered his cheerfulness, however, and seemed to know that his friend had not abandoned him. End of chapter 54.
Chapter 55 of A Rough Shaking. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Joann Seah. A Rough Shaking by George MacDonald. The wheel rests for a time. That part of the human race which is fond of dolls may now imagine the pleasure of the cook in going to the town in the omnibus to buy everything for a live doll so big as Clare. In a very few days, she had him dressed to her heart's content, and the satisfaction of her mistress, who would not have him in livery, but in the plain suit of dark blue cloth. For she loved blue, all her men people being, or having been in the Navy. Thus dressed, he looked as much of a gentleman as before. His look of refinement had owed nothing to the contrast of his rags. Better clothes make not a few seem commoner. When Mrs. Merewether came back from the town the first day, she found that the ragged boy had got her kitchen and scullery as nice and clean, and everything as ready to her hand, as if she had got her work done before she went, which the omnibus would not permit. This rejoiced her much, but being a woman of experience, she continued a little anxious lest his sweet ways should go after his rags, lest his new garments should breed bumptiousness and bad manners. For such a change is no unfrequent result of prosperity. But such had been Mr. Porson's teaching and example, such Mrs. Pearson's management, and such the responsiveness of the boy's disposition, that the thought never came to him whether this or that was a thing fit for him to do. If the thing was the right thing, and had to be done, why should not he do it as well as another? To earn his own and Abdil's bread, he would do anything honest, setting up his back at nothing. But when about a thing, he forgot even his obligation to do it, in the glad endeavor to do it well. As the days went on, Mrs. Merewether was not once disappointed in him. He did everything with such a will that both she and the housemaid were always ready to spare and help him. Very soon they began to grow tender over him, and on pretense of his being the earlier dressed to open the door, did certain things themselves, which he had been quite content to do, but which they did not like seeing him do. Many, I am afraid, most boys would have presumed on their generosity, but Clare was nowise injured by it. Nothing could be kinder than the way his mistress treated him. Having lent him some books, and at once perceived that he was careful of them, she let him have the run of her library when his day's work was over. For he not only read but respected books. Nothing showed vulgarity more than the way in which some people treat books. No gentleman would write his remarks on the margins of another person's book. No lady would brush her hair as she read one of her own. From hungry days and cold nights, Clare and Abdil found themselves in clover, the phrase surely of some lover of cows, and they were more than content. Clare had longed so much for work, and had for so many a weary day sought it in vain, that he valued it now just because it was work. And he seemed to know instinctively that a man ranks not according to the thing he does, but according to the way he does it. In life, it is far higher to do an inferior thing well than to do a superior thing passably. Clare made good use of his privileges and read much, educating himself none the worse that he did it unconsciously. He read whatever came in his way. He read really, not as most people read, leaving the sentences behind them like so many unbroken nuts, the kernel of whose meaning they have not seen. He learned more than most boys at school, more even than most young men at college, for it is not what one knows, but what one uses. That is the true meaning of learning. Whatever he read from the point of practice. In history or romance he saw, not merely what a man ought to be or do, but what he himself must, at that moment, be or do. There is a very common sort of man calling himself practical, but neglecting to practice the most important things. Who would laugh at the idea of Clare being practical, seeing he did not trouble his head about money, or getting on in the world, what servants called bettering themselves? But such a practical man will find he has been but a practical fool. Clare took heed to do what was right, and grow a better man. Such a life is the only really practical one. People wondered how Miss Tempest had managed to get hold of such a nice-looking page, and the good lady was flattered by their wonder. But she knew the world too well to be sure of him yet. She knew that it is difficult, in the human tree, to distinguish between blossom and fruit. Deeds of lovely impulse are the blossom, unvarying, determined, tightness is the fruit. End of chapter 55.
Chapter 56 of A Rough Shaking. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Keith Buhler. A Rough Shaking by George MacDonald. Strategy. Miss Tempest was the last of an old family, with scarce a relation and no near one in the world. Hence the pieces of personal property that had continued in the possession of various branches of the family after land and money, through fault or misfortune, were gone, had mostly drifted into the small pool of Miss Tempest's life now, slowly sinking in the sands of time, there to gleam and sparkle out their tale of its old splendor. She did not think often of their money worth. Had she done so, she would have kept them at her banker's, but she valued them greatly, both for their beauty and their associations, constantly using as many of them as she could. More than one of her friends had repeatedly tried to persuade her that it was not prudent to have so much plate and so many jewels in the house, for the fact was sure to be known where it was least desirable it should. She always said she would think about it. At times, she would for a moment contemplate sending her valuables to the bank, but her next thought, by no means an unwise one, would always be, of what use will they be at the bank? I might as well not have them at all. Better sell them and do some good with the money. No, I must have them about me. There are predatory persons in every town, who either know or are learning to know the houses in it worth the risk of robbing. When it falls to the lot of this or that house to be attempted, one of the gang will make the acquaintance of some servant in it, with the object of discovering beforehand where its treasure lies, and so reducing the time to be spent in it, and the risk of frustration or capture. Often they seduce one of the household to let them in, or hand out the things they want. Any such gang, however, must soon have become convinced that at Miss Tempest's corruption was impossible, and that they could avail themselves solely of their own internal resources. It was well now for Miss Tempest that she was so faithful herself as to encourage faithfulness in others. Gladly would she have had Abdiel sleep in her room. But she would not take the pleasure of his company from his old master and companion in suffering. The dog therefore slept on Clare's bed, just as he did when the bed was as hard to define as to lie on, only now he had to take the part neither of blanket nor hot bottle. One night about 12:30, Watchful even in slumber, he sprang up in his lair at his master's feet, listened a moment, gave a low growl, again listened, and gave another growl. Clare woke and found his bed trembling with the tremor of his little 4-footed guardian. Telling him to keep quiet, he rose on his elbow and in his turn listened, but could hear nothing. He thought then he would light his candle and go down, but concluded it wiser to descend without a light and listen under cloak of the darkness. If he could but save Miss Tempest from a fright. He crept out of bed and went first to the window, a small one, in the narrowing of the gable wall of his attic room. The night was warm, and, loving the night air, he had it open. Hearkening there for a moment, he thought he heard a slight movement below. Very softly he put out his head and looked down. There was no moon, but in the momentary flash of a lantern he caught sight of a small pair of legs disappearing inside the scullery window, which was almost under his own. Swift and noiseless he hurried down, and reached the scullery door just in time for a little fellow who came stealing out of it to run against him. Now Clare had heard the housemaid read enough from the newspapers to guess, the moment he looked from the garret window, that the legs he saw were those of a boy, sent in to open a door or window, and when the boy, feeling his way in the dark, came against him, he gripped him by the throat, and with the squeeze that used to silence Tommy. The prowler knew the squeeze. The moment Clare relaxed it, in a piping whisper came the words, "Clare! Clare! They said they'd kill me if I didn't." "Didn't what?" "Open the door to them." "If you utter one whimper, I'll throttle you," said Clare. He tightened his grasp for an instant, and Tommy, who had not forgotten that what Clare said he did, immediately gave in, and was led away. Clare took him in his arms and carried him to his room, tied him hand and foot, and left him on the floor, fast to the bedstead. Then he crept swiftly to the servants' room, and with some difficulty waking them, told them what he had done, and asked them to help him. Both women of sense and courage, they undertook at once to do their part, but when he proposed that they should open a window as if it were done by Tommy, and so enticing the burglars to enter, secure the first of them, they naturally enough, and wisely too, declined to encounter the risk. The burglars, perplexed by the lack of any sign from Tommy, yet the utter quiet of the house, concluded probably that he had fallen somewhere, and was lying either insensible or unable to move and afraid to cry out, in which case they would be at the mercy of what he might say when he was found. Those within could hear as little noise without. They went from door to window, wherever an attempt might be made, but all was still. Then it occurred to Clare that he had left the scullery window unwatched. He hastened to it, and was but just in time. 2 long, thin legs were sticking through, and showed by their movements that considerable effort was being made by the body that belonged to them to enter after them. Legs first was the wrong way, but the youth feared the unknown fate of Tommy, and being pig-headed, would go that way or not at all. A boy in courage equal to Clare, but of less coolness, would have once have made war on the intrusive legs, but Clare bethought him that so long as that body filled the window, no other body could pass that way, so it would be well to keep it there, a cork to the house, making it like the nest of a trapdoor spider. He begged the women, therefore, who had followed him, to lay hold each of an ankle, and to stick to it like a clamp, while he ran to get some string. The women, entering heartily into this business, held on bravely. The owner of the legs made vigorous efforts to release them, more anxious a good deal to get out than he had been to get in, but he was not very strong and had no scope. His accomplices laid hold of him and pulled. Then, with good mother wit, the women pulled away from each other, so made of his legs a wedge. Clare came back with a piece of clothesline, one end of which he slipped with a running knot round one ankle, and the other in like fashion round the other 2. Then he cut the line in halves, and drawing them over 2 hooks in the ceiling some distance apart, so that the legs continued widespread like a V upside down, hauled the feet up as high as he could, and fastened the ends of the lines. Hold, lines, and hooks, it was now impossible to draw the fellow out. Leaving the women to watch and telling them to keep a hand on each of these lines, because the scullery was pitch dark, he went next to his room and looked again from the window. He feared they might be trying to get in at some other place, for they would not readily abandon their accomplices, and doubtless knew what a small household it was. He would see first, therefore, what was doing outside the scullery, and then make a round of doors and windows. Right under him, when he looked out, stood a short, burly figure. Another man was taking intermittent hauls at the arms of their leg-tied companion, regardless of his stifled cries of pain when he did so. Clare went and fetched his water jug, which was half full, and leaning out once more, with the jug upright in his two hands, moved it this way and that, until he had it, as nearly as he could determine, just over the man beneath him, and then dropped it. The jug fell plumb, and might have killed the man, but that he bent his head at the moment, and received it between his shoulders. It knocked the breath out of him, and he lay motionless. The other man fled. The window stopper, hearing the crash of the jug, wrenched and kicked and struggled, but in vain. There he had to wait the sunrise, for not a moment sooner would the cook open the door. When they went out at last, the stout man was gone too. He had risen and staggered into the shrubbery, and there fallen, but had risen once more and got away. Their captive pretended to be all but dead, thinking to move their pity and be set free. But Clare went to the next house and got the manservant there to go for the police, begging him to make haste. He knew that his tender-hearted mistress, if she came down before the police arrived, would certainly let the fellow go, and Tommy with him, and he was determined the law should have its way if he could compass it. What hope was there for the wretched Tommy if he was allowed to escape? And what right had they to let such people loose on their neighbors? It was selfishness to indulge one's own pity to the danger of others. He would be his brother's keeper by holding on to his brother's enemy. Going at last to his room, he found Tommy asleep. The boy was better dressed, but no cleaner than when first he knew him. Clare proceeded to wash and dress. Tommy woke and lay staring, but did not utter a sound. "Have your sleep out," said Clare. "The police won't be here, I dare say, for an hour yet." "I believe you," returned Tommy, as impudent as ever. His contemplation of Clare had revived his old contempt for him. "I mean to go. I ain't done nothing." "Go then," said Clare, and took no more heed of him. "If it's manners you want, Clare," resumed Tommy, "please let me go." Clare turned and looked at him. The evil expression was hardened on his countenance. He gave him no answer. "You ain't never a-goin' to turn agin an old pal, air ye?" said Tommy. "I ain't a pal of yours, Tommy, or of any other thief's," answered Clare. "I'll take my oath on it to the beak." "You'll soon have the chance. I've sent for the police." Tommy changed his tone. "Please, Clare, let me go," he whined. "I will not. I did what I could for you before, and I'll do what I can for you now. You must go to the police." Tommy began to blubber, or pretend, Clare could not tell which. "This beastly string's a-cuttin' into me," he sobbed. Clare examined it, and found it easy enough. "I won't undo one knot," he answered, "until there's a policeman in the room. If you make a noise, I will stuff your mouth." His dread was that his mistress might hear and spoil all. "It's her house," he said to himself, "but they're my captives." Tommy lay still, and the police came. When they untied and drew out the cork of the scullery window, Clare thought he had seen him before, but could not remember where. One of the policemen, however, the moment his eyes fell upon him, cried out joyfully, "Aha, my beauty! I've been a-looking for you." "Never set eyes on ye afore," growled the fellow. "Don't say ye now ye ain't a dear friend of mine," insisted the policeman, "when I carry your picture in my bosom." He drew out a pocketbook, and from it a photograph, at which he gazed with satisfaction, comparing it with the face before him. In another moment, Clare recognized the lad sent by Maidstone to exchange bandboxes with him. "Her Majesty the Queen wants you for that robbery, you know," said the policeman. A boy who loved romance and generosity more than truth and righteousness would now have regretted the chance he had lost of doing a fine action, and sought yet to free the rascal. There are men who cheat and make presents. There are men who are saints abroad and churls at home. as Bunyan says. There are men who screw down the wages of their clerks and leave vast sums to the poor. Men who build churches with the proceeds of drunkenness. Men who promote bubble companies and have prayers in their families morning and evening. Men, in a word, who can be very generous with what is not their own, for nothing ill-gotten is a man's own any more than the money in a thief's pocket. Clare was not of the contemptible order, of the falsely generous. Profiting doubtless by Maidstone's own example, the fellow had, as Clare now learned, run away from his master, carrying with him the contents of the till. Whether he deserved punishment more than his master may be left undiscussed. When first Miss Tempest's friends heard of the attempt to break into her house, they said, what could she expect if she took tramps into her service? They were considerably astonished, however, when they read in the newspaper the terms in which the magistrate had spoken of the admirable courage and contrivance of Miss Tempest's page, and the resolution with which the women of her household had seconded him. If every third house were as well defended, he said, the crime of burglary would disappear. After the trial, Clare begged and was granted an interview with the magistrate. He told him what he knew about Tommy, and entreated he might be sent to some reformatory, to be kept from bad company until he was able to distinguish between right and wrong, which he thought he hardly could at present. The magistrate promised it should be done, and with kind words dismissed him. Things returned to their old way at Miss Tempest's. Her friends never doubted she would now at last commit her plate to her banker's strong room, but they found themselves mistaken. She was convinced that with such servants and Abdiel, it was safe where it was. The leader of the gang, injured by Clare's water jug, was soon after captured, and the gang was broken up. End of chapter 56, read by Keith Buhler.
Chapter 57 of A Rough Shaking. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Julia Suter. A Rough Shaking by George MacDonald. And Shotover. So void of self-assertion was Clare, so prompt at the call of whoever needed him, so quiet yet so quick, so silent in his sympathetic ministrations, so studious and so capable, that, after 2 years, Miss Tempest began to feel she ought to do what she could to advance his prospects, even at the loss to herself of his services. He never came to regard Miss Tempest as he did the other women who had saved him. He never thought of her as his fourth mother. Truly good and kind she was, but she had a certain manner which prevented him from feeling entirely comfortable with her. It did not escape him, however, that Abdiel was thoroughly at his ease in her company, and he believed therefore that the dog knew her better, or at least was more just to her, than he. The fact was, Miss Tempest kept down all her feelings, with a vague sense that to show them would be to waste her substance. It was the one shape that the yet lingering selfishness of a very unselfish person took. Thus she kept him at a distance, and he stayed at a distance, she on her part wondering that he did not open out to her more, but neither doubting that all was right between them. Nothing, indeed, was wrong, only that they might have come a little nearer. Perhaps, also, Miss Tempest was a little too conscious of being his patroness, his earthly saviour. It was natural that, after the defeated robbery, Clare should become a little known to the friends of the mistress he had so well served. When, therefore, Miss Tempest spoke to her banker concerning the ability of her page, mentioning that, in his spare time, he had been reading hard, as well as attending an evening school for mathematics, where he gained much approbation from his master, she spoke of one already known by him to one accustomed to regard character. The banker listened with a solemn listening from which she could not tell what he was thinking. No one ever could tell what Mr. Shotover was thinking. His face was not half a face. It was more a mask than a face. High in the world's regard, rich and of unquestioned integrity, he was believed to have gathered a large fortune, but he kept his affairs to himself. That he liked his own way so much as never to yield it, I give up to the admiration of such as himself. Often kind, when the required mode of the kindness pleased him, a constant church-goer and giver of money, always saying less the more he made up his mind, he had generally no trouble in getting it. Priding himself on his moral discrimination, he had, now and then, as suited his need,
taken from a lower position a young man he thought would serve his purpose, and modelled him to it. He had had his eye on Clare ever since reading the magistrate's eulogy of his contrivance and courage. But when Miss Tempest spoke, he had not made up his mind about him, for something in the boy repelled him. He had scarcely troubled himself to ask what it was, nor do I believe he could have discovered, for the root of the repulsion lay in himself. Moved in part, however, by the representations of Miss Tempest, in part also, I think, by a desire to discover that the boy was a hypocrite, Mr. Shotover consented to give him a trial, whereupon Miss Tempest made haste to disclose to her protégé the grand thing she had done for him. She was disappointed at the coolness and lack of interest with which Clare heard her great news. She could not but be gratified that he did not want to leave her, but she was annoyed that he seemed unaware of any advantage to be gained in doing so, high as the social ascent from servitude to clerkship would by most be considered. But Clare's horizon was not that of the world. He had no inclination to more of figures and less of persons. Miss Tempest, however, insisting that she knew what was best for him, and what it was therefore his duty to do, he listened in respectful silence to all she had to say. But what she counted her most powerful argument, that he owed it to himself to rise in the world, did not even touch him, did not move the slightest response in a mind nobly devoid of ambition. Her argument was in truth nonsense, for a man owes himself nothing, owes God everything, and owes his neighbour whatever his own conscience goes on to require of him for his neighbour. Feeling at the same time, however, that she had a huge claim on his compliance with her wishes, Clare consented to leave her kitchen for her friend's bank, where he had of course to take the lowest position, one counted by the rest of the clerks, especially the one just out of it, menial, requiring him to be in the bank earlier by half an hour than the others, to be the last to go away at night, and to sleep in the house, where a not uncomfortable room in the attic story was appointed him. Mr. Shotover himself lived above the bank, with his family consisting of his wife and 2 daughters. Mrs. Shotover suffered from a terrible disease, that of thinking herself ill when nothing was the matter with her except her paramount interest in herself, the source of at least half the incurable disease among idle people. The elder daughter was a high-spirited girl about 20, with a frank, friendly manner, indicating what God meant to her to be, not what she was or had yet chosen to be. She was not really frank, and seemed far more friendly than she was, being more selfish than she knew, and far more selfish than she seemed. She was merry, and that goes a great way in seeming. Her mother spent no regard upon her. Her heart was too full of herself to have in it room for a grown-up daughter as well, with interests of her own. The younger was a child about 6, of whom the mother took not so much care by half as a tigress of her cub. One morning, a little before 8 o'clock, as Clare was coming down from his room to open the windows of the bank, he just saved himself from tumbling over something on the attic stair, which was dark, and at that point took rather a sharp turn. The something was a child, who gave a low cry and started up to run away. There was not light enough for either to discern easily what the other was like. But Clare, to whom childhood was the strongest attraction he yet knew, bent down his face from where he stood on the step above her, and its moonlight glow of love and faith shone clear in the eyes of the little girl. The moment she saw his smile, she knew the soul that was the light of the smile, and her doll dropped from her hands as she raised them to lay her arms gently about his neck. "Oh," she said, "you've come!" He saw now, in the dusk, a pale, ordinary little face, with rather large grey eyes, a rather characterless, tiny, upturned nose, and a rather pretty mouth. "Yes, little one, were you expecting me?" he returned, with his arms about her. "Yes," she answered, in the tone of one stating what the other must know. "How was it I frightened you, then?" "Only, at first, I thought you was an ogre. That was before I saw you. Then I knew." "Who told you I was coming?" "Nobody. Nobody knew you was coming but me. I've known it, oh, for such a time, ever since I was born, I think." She turned her head a little and looked down where the doll lay a step or 2 below. "You can go now, Dolly," she said. "I don't want you any more." Here she paused a while, as if listening to a reply, then went on, "I am much obliged to you, Dolly, but what am I to do with you? You won't never speak. It has made me quite sad many a time, you know very well, but you can't help it. So go away, please, and be nobody, for you never would be anybody. I did my best to get you to be somebody, but you wouldn't. Thank you all the same. I will take you and put you where you can be as dull as you please, and nobody will mind." Here she left Clare, went down, and lifted her plaything. "Dolly, Dolly," she resumed. "He's come! I knew he would, and you don't know it because you're nobody." Without looking back or a word of adieu to Clare, she went slowly down the steps, one by one, with the doll in her arms, manifesting for it neither contempt nor tenderness. Many a child would have carried the discrowned favourite by one leg. She carried her in both hands. Clare waited a while on the narrow, closed-in wooden stair, not a little wondering and full of thought. His wonder, however, had no puzzlement in it. The child's behaviour involved no difficulty. The two existences came together, and each understood the other in virtue of its essential nature. In after years, Clare could put the thing into such words. He sought none at the time. The child was lonely. She had done her best with her doll, but it had failed her. It was not companionable. The moment she looked in Clare's face, she knew that he loved her, and that she had been waiting for him. She was not surprised to see him. How should it be otherwise than just so? He was come. Goodbye, Dolly. The child had imagination, next to conscience the strongest ally of common sense. She knew, like St. Paul, that an idol is nothing. As men and women grow in imagination and common sense, more and more will sacred silly dolls be cast to the moles and the bats. But pretty fancy and limping logic are powerful usurpers in commonplace minds. Clare saw nothing more of her that day, neither tried to see her, but he did his work in an atmosphere of roses. The work was not nearly so interesting as housework, but Clare was an honest gentleman, therefore did it well. That it was not interesting was of no account, it was his work. But to know that a child was in the house, not merely a child for him to love, but a child that already loved him so that he could be her servant indeed, changed the stupid bank almost into the dome of the angels. His fellow clerks took little notice of him beyond what, in the routine of the day, was unavoidable. He had been a page boy. The less they did with him, the better. Were they not wronged by his introduction into their company? The poorest creature of them believed he would have served out the burglars better, if the chance had been his. End of chapter 57.
Chapter 58 of A Rough Shaking. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Don Sutton. A Rough Shaking by George MacDonald. Child Talk. Clare came down the next morning but one. There was the child again on the dark, narrow stair. She had no doll. Her hands lay folded in her lap. She sat on the same step, the very image of child patience. As he approached, she did not move. I believe she held solemn revel of expectation. He laid his hand on the wavy brown hair, smoothed flat on her head, with a brush dipped in water. Not much dressing was wasted on Anne. Common little name. She rose, turned to him, and again laid her arms about his neck. No kiss followed. She had not been taught to kiss. "Where's Dolly?" asked Clare. "Nowhere. Buried," answered the child. "Where did you bury her? In the garden?" "No, the garden wouldn't be nowhere." "Where then?" "Nowhere. I threw her out of the window." "Into the street?" "Yes. She then fell on a horse's back and he jumped. I was sorry. It didn't hurt him. I hope it didn't hurt Dolly." The moment he said it, Clare's heart reproached him. He was not talking true. He was not talking out of his real heart to the child. Almost with indignation, she answered, "Thing don't hurt. Dolly was a thing. She's no thing now." "Why?" "Because she fell under the horse and was seen no more." Is she old enough, thought Clare, to read the Pilgrim's Progress? Will you tell me, please, he said, when a thing is only a thing? When it won't mind what you do or say to it? And when is a thing no thing anymore? When you never think of it again. Is a fly a thing? I could make a fly mind, only it would hurt it. Of course we wouldn't do that. No, we don't want to make a fly mind. It's not one of our creatures. Clare thought that was far enough in metaphysics for one morning. I waited for you yesterday, he said, but you didn't come. Dolly didn't like to be buried. I didn't like burying Dolly. I cried and wouldn't come. Then why did you bury Dolly? She had to be buried. I told you she couldn't be anybody, so I made her be buried. I see. I quite understand. But what have you to amuse yourself with now? I don't want to be amused now. You'd come. I'm growed up. Yes, of course, answered Clare, but he was puzzled what to say next. What could he do for her? Glad would he have been to take her down to the sea or to the docks or into the country somewhere till dinner time, and then after dinner take her out again. But there was his work, ugly, stupid work that had to be done, as Dolly had to be buried. Alas for the child who has discarded her toys and is suddenly grown up. What is she to do with herself? Clare's coming had caused the loss of Anne's former interest. He felt bound to make up to her for that loss. But how? It was a serious question, and not being his own master, he could not in a moment answer it. I wish I could stay with you all day, he said, but your papa wants me in the bank. I must go. Clare had not had a good sight of the child, and was at a loss to think what must be her age. Her language, both in form and utterance, was partly precise and grown up, and partly childish, but her wisdom was childlike, and that is the opposite both of precise and childish. It was the wisdom that comes of unity between thought and action. Is there anything I can do for you before I go? For I must go, said Clare. Who says must to you? Nurse says must to me. Your papa says must to me. If you didn't say yes when papa said must, what would come next? He would say, go out of my house, never come in again. And would you do it? I must. The house is his, not mine. If I didn't say yes when papa said must, what would happen? He would try to make you say it. And if I wouldn't, would he say, go out of my house and never come in again? No, you are his little girl. Then I think he should say it to you. What is your name? Clare. Then, Clare, if my papa sends you out of his house, I will go with you. You wouldn't turn me out, would you, when I was a little naughty? No, neither would your papa. If he turned you out, it would be all the same, Where you go, I will go. I must, you know. Would you mind if he said, go away? I should be very sorry to leave you. Yes, but that's not going to be. Why do you stay with Papa? Were you in the house always? Ever so long before I saw you? No, a very little while only. Did you come in from the street? Yes, I came in from the street. Your papa pays me to work for him. And if you wouldn't? Then I should have no money, and nothing to eat, and nowhere to sleep at night. Would that make you uncomfortable? It would make me die. Have you a papa? Yes, but he's far away. You could go to him, couldn't you? One day I shall. Why don't you go now and take me? Because he died. What's died? Went out of sight where we can't go to look for him. So we go out of sight too. When will that be? I don't know. Does anybody know? Nobody. Then perhaps you will never go. We must go. It's only that nobody knows when. I think the when that nobody knows may never come. Is that why you have to work? Everybody has to work one way or another. I haven't to work. If you don't work when you're old enough, you'll be miserable. You're not old enough. Oh, yes, indeed I am. I've been working a long time now. Where? Not for Papa. No, not for Papa. Why not? Why didn't you come sooner? Why didn't you come much sooner? Ever so much sooner. Why did you make me wait for you all the time? Nobody ever told me you were waiting. Nobody ever told me you were coming, but I knew. You had to wait for me and you knew. I had to wait for you and I didn't know. When we have time, I will tell you all about myself and how I've been waiting too. Waiting for me? No. Who for? For my father and mother, and somebody else, I think. That's me. No, I'm waiting yet. I didn't know I was coming to you till I came, and there you were. The child was silent for a moment. Then she said thoughtfully, You will tell me all about yourself. That will be nice. Can you tell stories? She added. Of course you can. You can do everything. Oh, no, I can't. Can't you? No, I can do some things, not many. I can love you, little one. Now I must go, or I shall be late, and nobody ever ought to be late. Go, then. I will go to my nursery and wait again. She went down the stair without once looking behind her. Clare followed. On the next floor she went one way to her nursery, and he another to the back stairs. One of the causes and signs of Clare's manliness was that he never aimed at being a man. Many men continue childish because they are always trying to act like men instead of simply trying to do right. Such never developed true manliness. Clare's manhood stole upon him unawares. That which at once made him a man and kept him a child was that he had no regard for anything but what was real. That is true. All the day the thought kept coming, what could he do for the little girl? Perhaps what stirred his feeling for her most was a suspicion that she was neglected. But the careless treatment of a nurse was better for her than would have been the capricious blandishments and neglects of a mother like Mrs. Shotover. Clare, however, knew nothing yet about Anne's mother. He knew only, by the solemnly still ways of the child, that she must be left to her own resources, and was wonderfully developed in consequence, whether healthily or not. He could not yet tell. The practical question was, how to contrive to be her occasional companion, how to offer to serve her. After much thinking, he concluded that he must wait. Opportunity might suggest mode, and he would rather find than make opportunity. End of chapter 58.
Chapter 59 of A Rough Shaking. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Shushan. A Rough Shaking by George MacDonald. Lovers' Walks. He had not long to wait. That very afternoon, going a message for the head clerk, he met Anne walking with a young lady, who must be Miss Shotover. Neither sister seemed happy with the other. Anne was very white and so tired that she could but drag her little feet after her. Miss Shotover, flushed with exertion and annoyed with her part of nursemaid, held her tight and hauled her along by the hand. She looked good-natured, but not one of the ministering sort. Every now and then she would give the little arm a pull and say, though not very crossly, "Do come along." The child did not cry, but it was plain she suffered. It was plain also she was doing her best to get home and avoid rousing her sister's tug. Keen-sighted, Clare had recognized Anne at some distance, and as he approached, had a better opportunity than on the dark stair of seeing what his little friend was like. He saw that her eyes were unusually clear, and paces away could distinguish the blue veins on her forehead. She looked even more delicate than he had thought her. The lines of her mouth were straightened out with the painful effort she had to make to keep up with her sister. Her nose continued insignificant, waiting to learn what was expected of it. For Miss Shotover, there was not a good feature in her face, and even to a casual glance it might have suggested a measure of meanness. But a bright complexion and the youthful charm which vanishes with youth are pleasant in their season. Her figure was lithe, and in general she had a look of fun, but at the moment heat and impatience clouded her countenance. Clare stopped and lifted his hat. Then first the dazed child saw him, for she was short-sighted, and her observation was dulled by weariness. She said not a word, uttered no sound, only drew her hand from her sister's and held up her arms to her friend, in dumb prayer to be lifted above the thorns of life and borne along without pain. He caught her up. "I beg your pardon, ma'am," he said, "but the little one and I have met before. I live in the house, having the honor to be the youngest of your father's clerks. If you will allow me, I will carry the child. She looks tired." Miss Shotover was glad enough to be relieved of her clog, and gave smiling consent. "If you would be so kind as to carry her home," she said, "I should be able to do a little shopping." "You will not mind my taking her a little farther first, ma'am? I am on a message for Mr. Woolridge. I will carry her all the way, and be very careful of her." Miss Shotover was not one to cherish anxiety. She already knew Clare both by report and by sight, and willingly yielded. Saying with one of her pleasant smiles that she would hold him accountable for her, she sailed away like a sloop that had been dragging her anchor, but had now cut her cable. Clare thought what a sweet-looking girl she was, and in truth she was sweet-looking. Then all his heart turned to the little one in his arms. What a walk was that for both of them! LilyAnne seemed never to have lived before. She was actually happy. She had been long waiting for Clare, and he was come, and such as she had expected him. It was bliss to glide thus along the busy street without the least exertion, looking down on the heads of the people, safe above danger and fear amid swift-moving things and the crowding confusions of life. To be in Clare's arms was better than being in the little house on the elephant's back in her best picture book. True, little one, to be in the arms of love, be they ever so weak, is better than to ride the grandest horse in all the stables of God, and God would have you know it. Never mind your pale little face and your puny nose. While your heart is ready to die for love's sake, you are blessed among women. Only remember that to die of disappointment is not to die either of or for love. And to Clare, after all those days upon days during which only a dog would come to his arms, what a glory of life it was to have a human child in them, the little heart of the pale face beating against his side. He was not going to forget Abdiel. Abdiel was not a fact to be forgotten. Abdiel was not a doll. Abdiel was not a thing that would not come alive. Abdiel was a true heart, a live soul, and Clare would love him forever. Not an atom the less that now he had one out upon whom a larger love was able to flow. All true love makes abler to love. It is only false love, the love of those who take their own meanest selfishness, their own pleasure in being loved for love, that shrinks and narrows the soul. To the pale-faced, listening child, Clare talked much about the wonderful Abdiel, and about the kind, good Miss Tempest, who was keeping him to live again at length with his old master. And Anne loved the dog she had never seen, because the dog loved the Clare who was come at last. When they returned, Clare rang the house bell and gave up his charge to the man who opened the door. Without word or tone, gesture or look of objection, or even of disinclination, the child submitted to be taken from Clare's loving embrace and carried to a nurse who was neither glad nor sorry to see her. He had been so long gone that Mr. Woolridge found fault with him for it. Clare told him he had met Miss Shotover with her sister, and the child seemed so tired he had asked leave to carry her with him. Mr. Woolridge was not pleased, but he said nothing. On the spot the clerks nicknamed him Nursey, and Clare did his best to justify the appellation. He never lost a chance of acting up to it, and always answered when they summoned him by it. Before the week was ended, he sought an interview with Miss Shotover, and asked whether he might not take LilyAnne out for a walk whenever the evening was fine. For at 5 o'clock the doors of the bank were shut, and in half an hour after he was free. Miss Shotover said she saw no objection, and would tell the nurse to have her ready as often as the weather was fit. Whereupon Clare left her with the gratitude far beyond any degree of that emotion by her conceivable. The nurse, on her part, was willing to gratify Clare, and not sorry to be rid of the child, who was not one indeed to interest any ordinary woman. The summer came and was peculiarly fine, and almost every evening Clare might be seen taking his pleasure, neither like bank clerk nor like nursemaid, for always he had LilyAnne in his arms, or was leading her along with care and entire attention. He never let her walk except on entreaty, and not always then. To his fellow clerks, this proof of an utter lack of dignity seemed consistent with his origin, of which they knew nothing. They knew only his late position. To themselves, they were fine gentlemen with cigars in their mouths, and he was a lackey to the bone. To himself, Clare was the lover of a child, and about them he did not think. Theirs was the life of a town, Clare's was the life of the universe. The pair came speedily to understand and communicate like twin brother and sister. Clare, as he carried her, always knew when Anne wanted a change of position. Anne always knew when Clare began to grow weary, knew before Clare himself, and would insist on walking. Neither could remember how it came, but it grew accustomed that when they walked hand in hand, Clare told her stories of his life and adventures. When he carried her, he told her fairy tales which he could spin like a spider. She preferred the former. So neither bank nor nursery was any longer dreary. At length came the gray, brooding winter, causing red fingers and aches and chilblains. But it was not unfriendly to little Anne. True, she was not permitted to go out in the evening any more, but Clare, with the help of the cook, devoted to her his dinner hour instead. It was no hardship to eat from a basket in place of a table to one who never troubled himself as to the kind, quality, or quantity of his food itself. He had learned, like a good soldier, to endure hardship. I have heard him say that never did he enjoy a dinner more than when, in those homeless days of his boyhood, he tore the flakes off a loaf fresh from the baker's oven and ate them as he walked along the street. The old Highlanders of Scotland were trained to think it the part of a gentleman not to mind what he ate. Sign of scant civilization, no doubt, in the eyes of some who now occupy but do not fill their place, as time will show when the call is for men to fight, not to eat. End of chapter 59.
Chapter 60 of A Rough Shaking. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Justin Vistine. A Rough Shaking by George MacDonald. The Shoe Black. The head clerk, while he had not a word against him, as he confessed to Mr. Shotover, yet thought Clare would never make a man of business. When pressed to say on what he grounded the opinion, he could only answer that the lad did not seem to have his heart in it. But if, to be a man of business, it is not enough to do one's duty scrupulously, but the very heart must be in it, then there is something wrong with business. The heart fares as its treasure. Who would be content his heart should fare as not a few sorts of treasure must? Mr. Woolridge passed no such judgment, however, upon certain older young men in the bank, whose hearts certainly were not in the business, but even worse posited. One cold, miserable day, at once damp and frosty, on which it was quite unfit to take Anne out, Clare, having eaten a hasty dinner and followed it with a walk, was returning through the town in good time for the recommencement of business, when he came upon a little boy, at the corner of a street, blowing his fingers and stumping up and down the pavement to keep his blood moving, while he waited for a job. His brushes lay on the top of his blacking box on the curbstone. Clare saw that he was both hungry and cold, states of sensation with which he was far too familiar to look on the signs of them with indifference. To give him something to do, and so something to eat, he went to his block and put his foot on it. The boy bustled up, snatched at his brushes, and began operations. But whether from the coldness or incapacity of his hands, Clare soon saw that his boots would not be polished that afternoon. "You don't seem quite up to your business, my boy," he said. "What's the matter?" The boy made no answer, but went on with his vain attempt. A moment more, and Clare saw a tear fall on the boot he was at work upon. "This won't do," said Clare. "Let me look at your boots." The boy stood up, wiping his eyes with the back of his hand. "Ah," said Clare, "I don't wonder you can't polish my boots, when you don't care to polish your own." "Please, sir," answered the boy, "it's Jim as does it. He's down with the measles, and I ain't up to it." "Look here, then. I'll give you a lesson," said Clare. "Many's the boot I've blacked. Up with your foot. I'll show you how the thing's done." "Please, sir," objected the boy, "there ain't enough boot left to take a polish." "We'll see about that," returned Clare. "Put it up. I've worn worse in my time." The boy obeyed. The boot was very bad, but there was enough leather to carry some blacking, and the skin took the rest. Clare was working away, growing pleasantly hot with a quick, sharp motion, while two of his fellow clerks were strolling up on the other side of the corner, who had been having more with their lunch than was good for them. Swinging round, they came upon a well-dressed youth brushing a ragged boy's boots. It was an odd sight, and one of them, whose name was Marway, thought to get some fun out of the phenomenon. "Here," he cried, "I want my boots brushed." Clare rose to his feet, saying, "Brush the gentleman's boots. I will finish yours after, and then you shall finish mine." "Hello, Nursey. It's you turned boot black, is it? Nice thing for the office, Jack," remarked Marway, who was the finest gentleman and the lowest blackguard among the clerks. He put his foot on the block. The boy began his task, but did no better with his boots than he had done with Clare's. "Soul of an ass," cried Marway, "are you going to keep my foot there till it freezes to the block? Why don't you do as Nursey tells you? He knows how to brush a boot. You ain't worth your salt. You ain't fit to black a donkey's hooves." "Give me the brushes, my boy," said Clare. The boy rose abashed and obeyed. After a few of Clare's light, rapid strokes, the boots looked very different. "Bravo, Nursey," cried Marway. "There ain't a flunkey of you all could do it better." Clare said nothing, finished the job, and stood up. Marway, turning on the other heel as he set his foot down, said, "Thank you, Nursey," and was walking off. "Please, Mr. Marway, give the boy his penny," said Clare. But Marway wanted to take a rise out of Clare. "That fool did me nothing," he answered. "He made my boot worse than it was." "It was I did nothing for you, Mr. Marway," rejoined Clare. "What I did for the boy." "Then let the boy pay you," said Marway. The shoeblack went into a sudden rage, caught up one of his brushes, and flung it at Marway as he turned. It struck him on the side of the head. Marway swore, stalked up to Clare, and knocked him down, then strode away with a grin. The shoeblack sent his second brush whizzing past his ear, but he took no notice. Clare got up, little the worse, only bruised. "See what comes of doing things in a passion," he said, as the boy came back with the brushes he had hastened to secure. "Here's your penny. Put up your foot." The boy did as he was told, but kept foaming out rage at the bloke that had refused him his penny and knocked down his friend. It did not occur to him that he was himself the cause of the outrage, and that his friend had suffered for him. Clare's head ached a good deal, but he polished the boy's boots. Then he made him try again on his boots. When, warmed by his rage, he did a little better. Clare gave him another penny, and went to the bank. Marway was not there, nor did he show himself for a day or two. Clare said nothing about what had taken place. Neither did the others. End of chapter 60.
Chapter 61 of A Rough Shaking. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. A Rough Shaking by George MacDonald. A Walk with Consequences. Clare had been in the bank more than a year, and not yet had Mr. Shotover discovered why he did not quite trust him. Had Clare known he did not, he would have wondered that he trusted him with such a precious thing as his little Anne. But was his child very precious to Mr. Shotover? When a man's heart is in his business, that is, when he is set on making money, some precious things are not so precious to him as they might be, among the rest, the living God and the man's own life. He would pass Clare and the child without even a nod to indicate approval or a smile for the small woman. He had, I presume, sufficient regard for the inoffensive little thing to be content she should be happy, therefore did not interfere with what his clerks counted so little to the honor of the bank. But although, as I have said, he still doubted Clare, true eyes in whatever head must have perceived that the child was in charge of an angel. The countenance of Clare with Anne in his arms was so peaceful, so radiant of simple satisfaction, that surely there were some in that large town who, seeing them, thought of the angels that do always behold the face of the Father in heaven. One evening in the early summer, when they had resumed their walks after 5 o'clock, they saw in a waste place where houses had been going to be built for the last 2 years a number of caravans drawn up in order. A rush of hope filled the heart of Clare. What if it should be the Menagerie he knew so well? And sure enough, there was Mr. Hallowell superintending operations. But if Glum Gunn were about, he might find it awkward with a child in his arms. Gunn might not respect even her. Besides, he ought to ask leave to take her. He would carry her home first and come again to see his third mother and all his old friends, with Puma the lion and the rest of the creatures. LilyAnne was eager to know what those curious houses on wheels were. Clare told her they were like her Noah's Ark, full of beasts, only real and live beasts, not beasts made of bits of stick. She became at once eager to see them, the more eager that her contempt of things like life that wouldn't come alive had been growing stronger ever since she threw her doll out the window. Clare told her he could not take her without first asking leave. This puzzled her. Clare was her highest authority. "But if you take me," she said, "your papa and mama might not like me to take you." "But I'm yours." "Yes, you're mine, but not so much," he added with a sigh, "as theirs." "Ain't I?" she rejoined in a tone of protesting astonishment, mingled with grief, and began to wiggle and wanting to get down. Clare set her down and would have held her as usual by the hand, but she would not let him. She stood with her eyes on the ground and her little gray face looking like stone. It frightened Clare, and he remained a moment silent, reviewing the situation. "You see, little one," he said at length, "you were theirs before I came. You were sent to them. You are their own little girl, and we must mind what they would like." "It was only till you came," she argued. "They don't care very much for me. Ask them, please, to sell me to you. I don't think they would want much money for me. How many shillings do you think I'm worth, Clare? Not many, I hope." "6." "You are worth more than all the money in your papa's bank," answered Clare, looking down at her lovingly. The child's face fell. "Am I?" she said. "I'm so sorry. I didn't know I was worth so much, and not yours," she added with a sigh that seemed to come from the very heart of her being. "Then you're not able to buy me?" "No, indeed, little one," answered Clare. "Besides, papas don't sell their little girls." "Oh, yes, they do. Gus said so to Trudy." Clare knew that Trudy meant her sister Gertrude. "Who is Gus?" he asked. "Trudy calls him Gus. I don't know more name to him. Perhaps they call him something else at the bank." "Oh, he's in the bank, is he?" returned Clare. "Then I think I know him." "He said it to her one night in my nursery. Jane went down. I was in my crib, and they talked such a long time. I tried to go to sleep, but I couldn't. I heard all what he said to her. It wasn't half so nice as what you talked to me." This was not pleasant news to Clare. Augustus Marway was, in half the tales of him were true, no fit person for his master's daughter to be intimate with. He had once heard Mr. Shotover speak about gambling in such terms of disapprobation that he had never heard him use about anything else. And it was well known in the bank that Marway was in the company of gamblers almost every night. He was so troubled that at first he wished the child had not told him. For what was he to do? Could it be right to let the thing go? Clare felt sure Mr. Shotover either did not know that Marway gambled or did not know that he talked in the nursery with his daughter. But alas, he could do nothing without telling, and they all said none but the lowest of cards would carry tales. For the young man thought it the part of gentlemen to stick by each other, and hide from Mr. Shotover such things he had a right to know. But Clare saw that, whatever he might think, he must act in the matter. LilyAnne wondered that he scarcely spoke to her all the way home. But she did not say anything, for she too was troubled. She did not belong to Clare so much as she had thought she did. Clare reflected also as he went how much he owed Anne's sister for letting him have the little one. She had always spoken to him kindly too, and never seemed like the clerks to look down upon him because he had been a page boy, though he thought if they were to be as often hungry as he had been, they would be glad to be page boys themselves. For himself, he liked to be a page boy. He would do anything for Miss Tempest, and he must do what he could for Miss Shotover. It would be wicked to let her marry a man that was wicked. He had himself seen him drunk. Would it be fair, knowing that she did not know, not to tell? Would it not be helping to hurt her? Was he to be a coward and fear being called bad names?
Was he for the sake of the good opinion of rascals to take care of the rascal, and let the lady take care of herself? There was this difficulty, however, that he could assert nothing beyond having seen him drunk. He carried Anne to the nursery and set out for the menagerie. When he knocked at the door of the house caravan, Mrs. Hallowell opened it, stared hardly an instant, and threw her arms around his neck and kissed him. Come in, my boy," she said. "It makes me a happy woman to see you again. I've been just miserable over what might have befallen you, and me with all that money of yours. I've got it by me safe, ready for you. I lie awake at nights and fancy Gunn has got hold of you and made away with you, then fall asleep, and I'm sure of it. He's been gone several times a-looking for you. I know. I think he's afraid of you. I know he hates you. Mind you keep out of his sight. He'll do you a mischief if he has the chance. He's the same as ever, a man to make life miserable." "I've never done him wrong," said Clare, "and I'm not going to keep out of his way as if I were afraid of him. I mean to come and see the animals tomorrow." A great deal more passed between them. They had their tea together. Mr. Hallowell, who did not care for tea, came and went several times, and now the night was dark. Then they spoke again of Gunn. "Well, I don't think he'll venture to interfere with you," said Miss Halloway, "except he happens to be drunk. But what's that talking? We're all quiet for the night. Listen." For some time Clare had been conscious of the whispered sounds of a dialogue somewhere near, but had paid no attention. The voices were now plainer than at first when his mother told him to listen. He did, and thought he had heard one of them before. It was peculiar that an old Jew whom he had seen several times at the bank. As the talking went on, he began to think he knew the other voice also. It was that of Augustus Marway. The two fancied themselves against a caravan full of wild beasts. Marway was the son of the port admiral who late in life married a silly woman. She died young, but not before she had ruined her son, whose choice company was the least respectable of the officers who had come ashore from the king's ship. He had of late been playing deeper and having worse luck, and had borrowed until no one would lend him a single sovereign more. His father knew in a vague way how he was going on, and had nearly lost hope of his reformation. Having yet large remains of a fine physical constitution, he seldom failed to appear at the bank in the morning, if not quite in time, yet within the margin of lateness that escaped rebuke. Mr. Shotover was a connection by marriage, which gave Marway the privilege of being regarded by Miss Shotover as a cousin, a privilege with desirable possibilities, contingent, making him anxious to retain the good opinion of his employer. Clare heard but a portion here and there of the conversation going on outside the wooden hall, but it was plain nonetheless that Marway was pressing a creditor to leave him alone until he was married, when he would pay every shilling he owed him. The young fellow had a persuasive tongue, and boasted he could get the better of even a Jew. Clare heard the moneylender grant him a renewal for 3 months, when if Marway did not pay, or were not the accepted suitor of the lady whose fortune was to redeem him, his creditor would take his course. The moment he perceived they were about to part, Clare hastened from the caravan and went along the edge of the waste ground so as to meet Marway on his road back to town. At the corner of it, they came jump together. Marway started when Clare addressed him. Seeing then who claimed his attention, he drew himself up. "Well," he said. "Mr. Marway," began Clare, "I heard a great deal of what passed between you and old Lewin." Marway used worse words than vulgar language at times, and he did so now, ending with the words, "A spy, a sneaky spy. Would you like to lick my boot? By Jove, you shall know the taste of it." Nobody minds being overheard who hasn't something to conceal. If I had low secrets, I would not stand up against the side of a caravan when I wanted to talk about them. I was inside, not to hear you. I should have had to stop my ears. "Why didn't you then, you low-bred flunky?" "Because I heard of you what made it my duty to listen." Marway cursed insolence, and asked what he was doing in such a place. He would report him, he said. "What I was doing is my business," answered Clare. "Had I known you for an honest man, I would not have listened to yours. I should have had no right." "You tell me to my face that I'm a swindler?" said Marway between his teeth. letting it blow out at Clare, which he cleverly dodged. I do. I don't know what you mean, but bitterly shall you repent your insolence, you prying rascal. This is your last revenge for a blow you had not the courage to return. To dog me and get hold of my affairs, you cur! You're going to turn informer next, of course, and bear false witness against your neighbor. You shall repent it, I swear. Will it be bearing false witness to say that Miss Shotover does not know the sort of man who wants to marry her? Does she know why he wants to marry her? Does her father know that you are in the clutches of a moneylender? Marway caught hold of Clare and threatened to kill him. Clare did not flinch, and he calmed down a little bit. What do you want to square it? He growled. I don't understand you, returned Clare. What's the prize of your tongue plaster? I don't know such slang. What bribe will silence you? I hope that in plain enough, even for your comprehension. But I had meant to hold my tongue. I should have held it. What do you want, then? To keep you from marrying Miss Shotover. By Jove, and suppose I kick you to the gutter and tell you to mind your own business. What then? I will either tell your father or Mr. Shotover about it. Even you can't be such a fool. What good would it do you? You're not after her yourself, are you? Ha! That's it. I didn't nose it. But come hang it. Where's the use? I'll give you 4 flipsies. There, 20 pounds, you idiot. There. Mr. Marway, nothing will make me hold my tongue, not even your promise to drop the thing. Then what made you come and check me? Impudence? Not at all. I should have been glad enough not to have to do it. I came to you for my own sake. That, of course. I came because I could do nothing underhand. What are you going to do next, then? I'm going to tell Mr. Shotover or Admiral Marway. I haven't yet made up my mind which. What are you going to tell them? That old Lewin has given you 3 months to get engaged to Miss Shotover or take the consequences of not being able to pay what you owe him. And you don't count it underhanded to carry such a tale? I do not. It would have been if I hadn't told you first. I would tell Miss Shotover only if she be anything of a girl she wouldn't believe me. I should think not. Come, be reasonable. I always thought you a good sort of fellow, though I was rough on you. I confess. There, take the money and leave me my chance. No, I will save the lady if I can. She shall at least know the sort of man you are. Then it's war to the knife, is it? I mean to tell the truth about you. Then do your worst. You shall black my boots again. If I do, I shall have the penny first. You cringing flunky! I haven't cringed to you, Mr. Marway. Marway tried to kick him, failed, and strode into the dark between them and the lamps of the town. End chapter 61, read by JimScheel, Los Angeles, California, July 21, 2022.
Chapter 62 of A Rough Shaking. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. A Rough Shaking by George MacDonald. The Cage of the Puma. Marway was a fine, handsome fellow, whose manners, where he saw reason, soon won him favor, and 2 of the young men in the office were his ready slaves. Every moment of the next day, Clare was watched. Marway had laid his plans and would forestall frustration. Clare could hardly do anything before the dinner hour, but Marway would make assurance double sure. At anchor in the roads lay a certain frigate, whose duty it was to sail round the islands, like a duck about her floating brood. Among the young officers on board were 2 with whom Marway was intimate. He had met them the night before, and they had together laid a plot for nullifying Clare's interference with Marway's scheme, which his friends also had reason to wish successful, for Marway owed them both money. Clare had come in the way of all 3. Now LilyAnne was a guardian cherub to the object of their enmity, and he and she must first of all be separated. Clare had asked leave of Miss Shotover to take the child to Noah's Ark, as she called it, that evening, and Marway had learned it from her. Clare's going would favor their plan, but the child's presence would render it impracticable. One thing in their favor was that Mr. Shotover was from home. If Clare had resolved on telling him rather than the Admiral, he could not until the next evening, and that would give them abundant time. On the other hand, having him watched, they could easily prevent him from finding the Admiral. But Clare had indeed come to the just conclusion that his master had the first right to know what he had to tell. His object was not the exposure of Marway, but the protection of his master's daughter. He would therefore wait Mr. Shotover's return. He said to himself also that Marway would thereby have a chance to bethink himself and, like Hamlet's uncle, try what repentance can. As soon as he had put the bank in order for the night, he went to find his little companion and take her to Noah's Ark. The child had been sitting all the morning and afternoon in a profound stillness of expectation, but the hour came and passed, and Clare did not appear. "You never, never, never came," she said to him afterward. "I had to go to bed, and the beast went away." It was many long weeks before she told him this, or her solemn little visage smiled again. He went to the little room off the hall, where he almost always found her, waiting for him, dressed to go. She was not there. Nobody came. He grew impatient and ran in his eagerness up the front stair. At the top, he met the butler coming from the drawing-room, a respectable old man who had been in the family as long as his master. "Pardon me, Mr. Porson," said the butler, who was especially polite to Clare, recognizing in him the ennoblement of his own order, "but it is against the rules for any of the gentlemen below to come up this staircase." "I know I am in the wrong," answered Clare, "but I was in such a hurry I ventured this once. I've been waiting for Miss Anne 20 minutes. "If you will go down, I will make inquiry and let you know directly," replied the butler. Clare went down, and had not waited more than another minute when the butler brought the message that the child was not to go out. In vain, Clare sought an explanation. The old man knew nothing of the matter, but confessed that Miss Shotover seemed a little put out. Then Clare saw that his desire to do justice had thwarted his endeavor. Marway had seen Miss Shotover, he concluded, and had so thoroughly prejudiced her against anything he might say that she had already taken the child from him. He repented that he had told him his purpose before he was ready to follow it up with immediate action. Distressed at the thought of little Anne's disappointment, he set out for the show, glad in the midst of his grief that he was going to see Puma once more. The weather had been a little cloudy all day, but as he left the closer part of the town, the vaporous gulf gave way, and the west revealed a glorious sunset. Troubled for the trouble of his little Anne, Clare seemed drawn into the sunset. The splendor said to him, "Go on, sorrow is but a cloud. Do the work given you to do, and the clouds will keep moving. Stop your work, and the clouds will settle down hard." "When I was on the tramp," thought Clare, "I always went on, and that's how I came here. If I hadn't gone on, I should never have found the darling." As little as during any day's tramp did he know how his reflection was going to be justified. He wandered on, and the minutes passed slowly. It was wandering now with no child in his arms. He was in no haste to go to the Menagerie. He would be in good time for the beasts, and the later he was, the sooner he would see his mother alone and have a talk with her. At last, it being now quite dark, he turned and made for the caravans. A crowd was going up the steps, passing Mrs. Hollowell slowly and descending into the area surrounded by the beasts. Clare went up and laid his money on the little white table. The good woman took it with a smile, threw it in her wooden bowl, and handed him, as if it had been his change, 3 bright sovereigns. Clare turned his face away. He could not take them. He felt as if it would break one bond between them. "The money's your own," she said in a low voice. "By and by, mother," he answered. "No, no, take it now," she insisted in an almost angry whisper. But the same moment threw the sovereigns among the silver and some coppers that lay on the table over them. Judging by her look that he had better say nothing, he turned and went down the steps. Before he reached the bottom of them, Glum Gunn elbowed his way past him, throwing a scowl on him from his ugly eyes at the range of a few inches. The place was fuller than it had been all the evening, and with a rougher sort of company. The show would close in about an hour. It seemed to Clare not so well lighted as usual. Perhaps that was why he did not observe that he was watched and followed by Marway, with 2 others, and one burly, middle-aged, sailor-looking fellow. But I doubt whether he could have seen them in any light, for he had no suspicions, and was not ready to analyze a crowd and distinguish individuals. He avoided making straight for Puma, contenting himself for the moment with an occasional glimpse of him between the moving heads, now opening a vista, now closing it again, for he hoped to get gradually nearer unseen, so as to be close to the animal when first he should descry him, for he dreaded attracting attention by becoming, while yet at a distance, the object of an uproarious outbreak of affection on the part of the puma. But while he was yet a good way from him, a most ferocious yell sprang, full-grown, into the air, which the very fibres of his body knew as one of the cries of the puma when most enraged. There he was on his hind legs, ramping against the front of the cage, every hair on him bristling, his tail lashing his flanks. The same instant arose a commotion in the crowd behind Clare, a pushing and stooping and swaying to and fro, with shouts of "Here he is! Here he is!" Filled with a foreboding that was almost a prescience, he fell to forcing his way without ceremony, and had got a little nearer to the puma, when, elbowing roughly through the spectators with red, evil face, in drink but not drunk, Glum Gunn appeared, almost between him and the cage, once more to the horror of Clare, holding by the neck his poor little Abdiel, curled up into the shape of a flea. The brute was making his way with him to the cage of the puma, whose wrath, grown to an indescribable frenzy, now blazed point-blank at the dog. I think some waft of the wild odor of the menagerie must have reached the nostrils of the loving creature, brought back old times and his master, and waked the hope of finding him. That he had but just arrived was plain, for he had not had time to get to his master. Clare was almost at the edge of the close-packed, staring crowd, absorbed in the sight of the huge, raving cat. Breaking through its outermost ring, in the strength of sudden terror, he darted to the cage to reach it before Glum Gunn. A man crossed and hustled him. Gunn opened the door to the cage and flung Abdiel to the puma. Ere he could close it, Clare struck him once more a stout left-hander on the side of his head. Gunn staggered back. Clare sprang into the cage just as Puma, spying him, uttered a jubilant roar of recognition. His jumping into the cage just prevented the puma from getting out, and the crowd from trampling each other to death to escape the Christian's friend. But now that Clare was in, the cage door might have swung all night open unheeded, so long, that is, as no dog appeared. As for Abdiel, the puma had forgotten him. The dog was out of his sight for the moment, though only behind him, while his friend and he were rubbing recognizant noses. Abdiel showed his wisdom by keeping in the background. The moment he was flung into the cage, he had got into a corner of it, and stood up on his hind legs. His master believed that, knowing how the puma loved the human form divine, he thought to prejudice him in his favor by showing how near he could come to it. There he yet stood, his head sunk on his chest, watching out of his eyes for the terrible moment when his enemy should catch sight of him. The moment came. The puma's delight had broken out in wildest motion. He sprang to the roof of the cage, and, grappling there, looked down with retorted neck and saw the dog. Poor Abdiel immediately raised his head, and in hope of propitiation, all but forlorn, began a little dance his master had taught him. What Puma would have done with him, I fear, but I cannot tell. Clare sprang to the rescue, and the weight of the puma's bulk descended, not on Abdiel, but on the shoulders of Clare, who had the dog in his bosom. In a moment more, it was evidenced that a common love, however often the cause of jealousy, is the most powerful mediator between the generous. The puma forgot his hate. The dog forgot his fear, and presently, to the admiration of the crowd, Clare and Pumi and Abby were rolling over and over each other on the floor of the cage. Pumi had the best of the rough game. One moment he would be a bend in a seemingly unloosable knot of confused animality. The next he would be clinging to the top of his cage where the others could not follow him. Perhaps to have a human to play with was even better than dreams of loveliest frolics with brothers and sisters, and a mother as madly merry as they, in still, moonlit nights, among the rocks, where neither sound nor scent of horse woke the devil in any of their bosoms. Glum Gunn, too angry to speak, stood watching with a scowl fit for Lucifer when he rose from his first fall from heaven. He could do nothing. If he touched one, all three would be upon him. Experience had taught him what the Puma would do in deference of Clare. He must bide his time, but he must keep hold of his chance. He drew from his pocket his master key, and at a moment when Clare was under the other two, slid it into the keyhole and locked the door of the cage. He had him now, and his beast of a dog too. If he could have turned the Puma mad and made him tear them both to shreds, he would not have delayed an instant. But he must think. He must say, like Hamlet, "About my brains." The man, however, who wishes to do evil will find as ready helpers as he who wishes to do well. In the place were those who wanted Gunn's aid and would give him theirs. He felt a touch on his arm, glanced sullenly round, and saw a face under whose beauty lay the devil. Marway, with eye and thumb, requested him to withdraw for a moment, and he did not hesitate. As he went, he chuckled to himself at the thought of Clare when he found the door locked. Marway's 3 accomplices had drifted off one by one to wait him outside. He rejoined them with Gunn, and, retiring a little way from the caravans, the 5 held a council, the results of which make an important part of Clare's history. Clare seemed absorbed in his game with his 4-footed, one-tailed friends, but he was wide awake. He had Abdeel to deliver, and kept, therefore, all the time, at least half an eye on Glum Gunn. He saw Marway come up to him, and saw them retire together. It was the very moment to leave the cage with Abdeel. He rose not without difficulty, because of the jumping of his playmates upon him and over him, and went to the door. The moment he did so, the crowd was greatly amused to see the Puma turn upon the dog with a snarl, and the dog, at the fearful sound of altered mood, immediately put on the man, rise to 1 pair of feet, and begin to dance. The Puma turned from him, went to the heel of his chosen master, and there stood. In vain Clare endeavored to open the gate. He had never known it locked, and could not think when it had been done. At length, amid the laughter of spectators, he desisted, and the 3 resumed their frolics. At this, the admiration of the visitors broke out. They had seen the door made fast, and had kept pretty quiet, waiting what would come. They had thus earned their amusement when he sought in vain to open it. When his withdrawal confessed him foiled, the merrier began to mock, and the ruder to jeer. But when they saw him laugh, and all 3 returned to their gambols, they applauded heartily. Just before this last portion of the entertainment, Mr. Halliwell, who had been looking on for a while, retired, not knowing the cage door was locked. He went to his wife and said that if they had but the boy and his dog again, and were but free of that brother of his, the menagerie would be a wild beast paradise. He would have had her go and see the pranks in the Puma's cage, but she was too tired, she said, so he strolled out with his pipe and left his men to close the exhibition. Mrs. Halliwell fastened her door and went to bed, a little hurt that Clare did not come to her. Gradually the folk thinned away, and at last only a few who had got in at half price remained. To them the attendants hinted that they were going to shut shop, and one by one they shuffled out, the readier that Clare was now so tired that Pumi could not get up the merest tail of a lark more. He was quite fresh himself, and had he been out in the woods, would certainly not have gone home till morning. But he was such a human creature that he would not insist when he saw Clare was weary, and that he had no inclination to play with Abdeel when his master was out of the game. was quite well for Abdiel, for Pumi might have forgot himself, when Abby, not free from fear, as knowing well he was not free from danger, crept to his master's bosom. Pumi gave a low growl, and shoving his nose under the long body of the dog, with one jerk threw him a yard off upon the floor, whence Abdiel returned to content himself with his master's feet, abandoning the place of honor to one who knew himself stronger and probably counted himself better. So they all fell asleep in peace, for although Clare knew himself and Abdiel Gunn's prisoners, he feared no surprise with two such rousable companions. End of chapter 62, read by KimberlyB.
Chapter 63 of A Rough Shaking. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Geo. A Rough Shaking by George MacDonald. The Dome of the Angels. When Clare awoke, he knew he had been asleep a long time. It was, notwithstanding, quite dark, and there was something wrong with him. His head ached. It had never ached before. He put out his hands. Pummy's hairy body was nowhere near. He called Abdiel. No whimper answered. No cold nose was thrust into his hand. He had gone to sleep, surely between his two friends. Could he have only dreamed it? Why was the darkness so thick? There must surely be light in the clouds by this time. He felt half awake and half dreaming. What was the curious motion he grew aware of? Was something trying to keep him asleep, or was something trying to wake him? Had they put him in a big cradle? Were they heaving him about to rouse him? Or could it be a gentle earthquake that was rocking him to and fro? Would it wake up in earnest presently, and pull and push, and shake and rattle, until the dome of the angels came shivering down upon him? Where was he? Not on the hard floor of Pummy's cage, but on something much harder, like iron. Was he in the wagon in which they carried the things for setting up the show? Something had happened to him, and his mother was taking him with her. But in that case, he would be lying softer. She would not have given him a bed so full of aches. What would they think at the bank? What would little Anne think if he came to her no more? He could not be in a caravan. The motion was much too smooth and pleasant for that. He put his hand to his face. What was it wet on his cheek? It did not feel nice. It felt like blood. Had he had a blow on the head? Was that what gave him this headache? He felt his head all over, but could find no hurt. Why was he lying like a log, wondering and wondering, instead of getting up and seeing what it all meant? It must be the darkness and the headache that kept him down. The place was very close. He must get out of it. He tried to get on his feet, but as he rose, his head struck something, and he dropped back. He got again on his knees and groped about. On all sides he was closed in, but he was not shut in a dungeon of stone. He seemed to be in a great wooden box, small enough to be a box, much too large for a coffin. Could it be one of the oubliettes in the roof of the Doge's palace at Venice? He laughed at the idea, for the motion continued, the gentle earthquake that seemed trying to rock him to sleep. The Doge's palace could hardly be afloat on the Grand Canal. What could it all mean? What would little Anne do without him? She would not cry. She never cried. At least, he had never seen her cry. But that would not make it easier for her. What had become of Abdiel? Had Glum Gunn got him? Then the wet on his face was Abdiel's blood, shed in his defence, perhaps, when his enemies were taking him away. Fears and anxieties, such as he had never known before, began to crowd upon him. Not for himself. He was not made to think of himself, either first or second. Something dreadful might be going on that he could not prevent. He had never been so miserable. It was high time to do something. To ask the Great One somewhere, he did not know where, who could somehow, he did not know how, hear the thoughts that were not words, to do what ought to be done for little Anne and Abdiel and Pummy. He prayed in his heart, lay still, and fell fast asleep. He came to himself again, in the act of drawing a deep breath of cool, delicious air. He was no longer shut in the dark, stifling box. He was coming alive. A comforting wind blew all around him. It was like a live thing putting its own life into him. But his eyelids were heavy. He was unable to open them. All at once they opened of themselves. The dome of the angels had come down and closed in around him, but bringing room for him, taking none away. It was blue and filled with the loveliest white clouds, possessed by a blowing wind that was never able to blow them away. They were of strangely regular shapes, not the less were they alive, piled one above the other, up and up ever so high. They all kept their places, and some had the loveliest blue shadows upon them, which glided about a little. But the dome of the angels rose high, and ever higher still, above them. The dome of the angels was at home, and the clouds were at home in it. He gazed entranced at the sight. Then came a sudden strong heave and roll of the earthquake, and a light shone in his eyes that blinded him. It was but the strong, friendly sun. When Clare opened his eyes again, he knew that he was lying on the deck of one of the great ships he had so frequently looked at from the shore. Oh, how often had he not longed after this one and that one of them, as if in someone somewhere, perhaps in that one, lay something he could not do without, which yet he could never set his eyes, not to say his hands, upon. He had his heart's desire, and what was to come of it? He lay on the ship, and the ship lay on the sea, a little world afloat on the water, moving as a planet moves through the heavens, but carrying her own heaven with her, attended by her own clouds, bearing her whither she would. Up into those clouds he lay gazing, up into the dome of the angels, drawing deeper and deeper breaths of gladness, too happy to think, when a foot came with a kick in the ribs, and a voice ordered him to get up. Was he going to lie there till the frigate was paid off? End of chapter 63.
Chapter 64 of A Rough Shaking. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Shotover. A Rough Shaking by George MacDonald, the Panther. Clare scrambled to his feet and surveyed the man who had thus roused him. He had a vague sense of having seen him before, but could not remember where. Feeling faint and finding himself beside a gun, he leaned upon it. The sailor regarded him with an insolent look. "Wake up," he said, "and come along to the captain. What's the service a comin' to, I should like to know, when a beggarly shaver like you has the cheek to stow hisself away on board one of His Majesty's frigates? Wouldn't nothin' less suit your highness than a berth on the Panther?" "Is that the name of the ship?" asked Clare. "Yes, that's the name of the ship," returned the man, mimicking him. "You'll have the Panther his mark on the back of you presently. Come along, I say, to the captain. We a got to ask him what's to be done with rascals as rob their masters and then stow theirselves away on board His Majesty's ships." "Take me to the captain," said Clare. The man seemed for a moment to doubt whether there might not be some mistake. He had expected to see him cringe, but he took him by the collar behind and pushed him along to the quarter-deck, where an elderly officer was pacing up and down alone. "Well, Tom," said the captain, stopping in his walk, "what's the matter? Who's that you've got?" "Please your honour," answered the boatswain, giving Clare a shove, "this here's a stowaway in His Majesty's ship Panther. I found him snug in the cable tier. Salute the captain, you beggar." Clare had no cap to lift, but he bowed like the gentleman he was. The captain stood looking at him. Clare returned his gaze and smiled. A sort of tremble, much like that in the level air on a hot summer day, went over the captain's face, and he looked harder at Clare. A sound arose like the purring of an enormous cat, and sure enough, it was nothing else.
Chained to the foot of the forward binnacle stood a panther, a dark yellow creature with black spots, bigger than Pummy, swinging his tail. Clare turned at the noise he made. The panther made a bound and a leap to the height and length of his chain and uttered a cry like a musical yawn. Clare stretched out his arms and staggered toward him. The next moment the animal had him. The captain darted to the rescue. But the beast was only licking him wherever there was a bare spot to lick. And Clare wondered to find how many such spots there were. He was in rags. The panther kept tossing him over and over as if he were a baby, licking as he tossed, and in his vibrating body and his whole behavior manifested an exceeding joy. The captain stood staring like one that had been stunned. The bosun was not astonished. He had seen Clare at home among wild animals and thought the panther was taken with the wild beast smell about him. "I beg your pardon, sir," said Clare, rolling himself out of the panther's reach and rising to his feet, "but wild things like me somehow. I slept with a puma last night. He and this panther, sir, would have a terrible fight if they met." The captain threw a look of disappointment at the panther. "Go forward, Tom," he said. The man did not like the turn things had taken, and as he went wore something of the look of one doomed to make the acquaintance of another kind of cat. "What made you come on board this ship, my lad?" asked the captain, in a voice so quiet that it sounded almost kind. "I did not come on board, sir." "Don't trifle with me," returned the captain sternly. Clare looked straight at him and said, "I have done nothing wrong, sir. I know you will help me. I fell asleep last night, as I told you, sir, in the cage of a puma. I knew him, of course. How I came awake on board your ship, I know no more than you do, sir." The smile of Clare's childhood had scarcely altered, and it now shone full on the captain. He turned away and made a tack or two on the quarter-deck. He was a tall, thin man with a graceful carriage and a little stoop in the shoulders. He had a handsome, sad face, growing old. His hair was more than halfway to gray, and he seemed somewhere about 50. He had the sternness of a man used to command, but under the sternness Clare saw the sadness. The attention of the boy was now somewhat divided between the captain and his panther, which seemed possessed with a fierce desire to get at him, though plainly with no inimical intent. The intent of the captain seemed divided between the boy and the panther. His eyes now rested for a moment on the animal, now turned again to the boy. Two officers on the port side of the quarter-deck stole glances at the strange group. The stately, solemn, still man, the ragged creature before him, who looked in his face without fear or anxiety and with just as little presumption, and the wildly excited panther, whose fierce bounding alternated with cringing abasement of his beautiful person, accompanied by loving sweeps of his most expressive tail. The captain made a tack or two more on the quarter-deck, then turned sharply on the boy. "What is your name?" he asked. "I don't quite know, sir," answered Clare. "Come with me," said the captain. To the surprise of the officers, he led the way to his stateroom, and the boy followed. The panther gave a howl as Clare disappeared. The officers remarked that the captain looked strange. His lips were compressed, as if with vengeance, but the muscles of his face were twitching. End of chapter 64.
Chapter 65 of A Rough Shaking. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Amelie. A Rough Shaking by George MacDonald. At Home. Clare followed, wondering, but Noyce anxious. He saw nothing to make him anxious. The captain looked a good man, and a good man was a friend to Clare. But when he entered the stateroom, he saw himself from head to foot in a mirror let into a bulkhead. He was both startled and ashamed. How could the captain take such a scarecrow into his room, he thought. He did not reflect that it was just the sort of thing he did himself. He had indeed felt dirty and disreputable, and been aware of the dry, rasping tongue of the Panther on many patches of bare skin. But he had had no idea what a wretched creature he looked. Not one of his garments he saw in the mirror was his own. They were disgracefully torn, his hair was sticking out every way, and his face was smeared with blood. His feet were bare, and one trouser leg rent to the knee. His enemies had done their best to ensure prejudice and frustrate belief. They did not see in his look what no honest man could misread. Innocent as he knew himself, he could not help feeling, for a moment, disconcerted. But his faithfulness threw him on the mercy of the man before him. The captain turned and sat down. The boy stood in the doorway, staring at his reflected self in the mirror. The captain understood his consternation. "Come along, my poor boy," he said. "How did you get into this mess?" "I think I know," answered Clare, "but I'm not sure." "You must have been drunk," sighed the captain. "Oh, no, sir," returned Clare, with one of his radiant smiles. "I had but one glass of beer in my life, and I didn't like it." The captain smiled too, and at him for several moments without speaking. "It seems to me," he said at last, but as if he were thinking of something quite different, "you must be in want of some food." "Oh, no, sir," answered Clare again. "I'm used to going without." Like a child, the sport of evil fairy, he was again the boy of old wanderings, in old hungry times. But he ever looked so lost, as in the mirror before him he wondered. "You haven't told me," said the captain, and stopped short, as if he dreaded going further. "I will tell you anything you want to know, sir. Please ask me." "You say you did not come on board the frigate. What am I to understand by that?" "I was brought, sir, in my sleep." "It wouldn't be fair, would it, to mention names, when I didn't know for certain who they were that brought me? I never knew anything till I opened my eyes and thought I was in—" He paused. "Where did you think you were?" asked the captain eagerly. "In the Dome of Angels, sir," answered Clare. The captain's face fell. He thought he was an innocent, on whom rascals had been playing a practical joke, but this made no difference. If he were a simpleton, he might none the less be. Was her boy left to? He shuddered visibly, and again was silent. "Tell me," he said at length, "what do you remember?" He meant of the circumstances that immediately preceded his coming to himself on board the Panther. But Clare began with the first thing in his memory presented him with. Perhaps he was yet a little dazed. He had not got through a simple sentence when he saw something earlier wanting telling first, and the same thing happened again and again within the first 5 minutes of his narration. Sir Harry saw he had before him a boy, either of fertile imagination or of a strange, eventful history. But either supposition had its difficulty. On the one hand, he had the 10th part of the experience hinted at. If, for one thing, he had been but a single month on the trip, how had he kept such an innocent face? such an angelic smile? If, on the other hand, he was making up these tales, why did he not look sharper? And whence the angelic smile? Did the seeming innocence indicate only such a lack of intellect as occasionally accompanies a remark of individual gift? He must make him begin at the beginning and tell everything he knew, or might pretend to know about himself. Stop, he said. You told me you did not quite know your name. What did they call you as far back as you can remember? Clare Porson, answered the boy. At the first word the captain gave a little cry, but repressed his emotion and went on. His face was very white, and his breath came and went quickly. Why did you say you did not quite know your name? My father and mother called me by their name because there was nobody to tell them what my real name was. Then you weren't your own father and mother that gave you the name? No, sir, but I've been using theirs till I get my own. I shall one day. Why do you think so? Don't you think, sir, that everything will come right one day? God grant it, responded the captain with a groan. Self-reproach for the little faith beside the strong desire. Do you think it wrong, sir, to use a name that is not quite my own? Asked Clare. People sometimes seem to think so. Not at all, my boy. You must have a name. You did not steal it. They gave it to you. The look of the boy, when he thus answered him, completely restored Sir Harry's confidence in his mental soundness, while both the mood and the nature of his answer to every question he put to him bore the strongest impress of truth. If the boy be a liar, he said to himself, I will never more trust my kind. I will turn to the wild beasts and believe in panthers and hyenas. They did, sir, answered Clare. Mr. Porson gave me his own name, and he was a clergyman. So I thought afterwards, when I had come to think about it, that it couldn't be wrong to use it. But how could Sir Harry plater so with himself? He might have got necessary facts so much quicker. Sir Harry shrank from seeing his suddenly awakened hope, dead for many a year, crumble before his eyes. He dared not yet drive the question close. Did Mr. Porson give you both the names? He asked. No, sir. My mother said I brought the first name with me. She said, I told them, I don't remember myself, that my name was Clare. The captain drove back the words that threatened to break from his lips in spite of him. His boy's name was Clarence, but his mother, whose dearest friend was a Clare, always called her child Clare. I mean my second mother, sir, explained Clare. My own mother is in the Dome of Angels. A flash lightened from the captain's eyes, but he seemed to himself to have gone blind. Clare saw the flash and wondered. Again, the Dome of Angels. The words burst into meaning. Out of depths of a world of life rose into his mind's eye the terrible thing that had made him a lonely man. Again he stood with his head thrown back, looking up as the Assumption of Virgin painted in that awful dome. Again the earthquake seized the church and shook the painted heaven down upon them. He knew no more. His little boy had been standing near him, holding his mother's hand, but staring up like his father. He forced the next words from his throat. Where did the good people who gave you your name find you? Sitting on my mother, my own mother. The angels fell down on her, and when they went up again, she had got mixed with them and went up too. Some people thought my friend Skymer a little queer, you know. I leave my reader to his own thought. He will judge after his kind. Clare's father no longer doubted his perfect faciality. All through Clare's life, as often as the old, but never ready vision brought back its old feelings. With them came the old thoughts, the old forms of them, and the old words, their attendant shadows. And then Clare talked like a child. The stern, sorrowful man hid his face in his hands. Grace, he murmured, and Clare knew somehow he had spoke to his wife. We have him again. We will never distrust him more. His frame heaved with choking sobs. Then Clare understood that the grand man was his father. The awe of perfect gladness fell upon him. He knelt before him and laid his hands together as in prayer. Why did you distrust me, father? Said the half-naked outcast. It was not my child. It was my father I distrusted. I was so ashamed, said Sir Harry, and clasped him in his arms. The boy laid his blood-stained face against his father's bosom, and his soul was in better home than a sky full of angels, a better home than the dome itself of all the angels, for his home was in his father's heart. How long they remained, thus I cannot tell. It seemed to both as if it had been so from eternity, and so to eternity it would be. When a thing as it should be known, then we know it is from eternity to eternity. The true is. The father relaxed at length, and the arms that stripped his child to the heart. Clare looked up with his white, luminous face. He gazed at his father and cried like LilyAnne, You're come, and slid to his feet. He clasped and kissed and clung to them, could hardly let them go. All the time, the officers on the quarterdeck were wondering what the captain could have been doing with the beggarly stowaway. The Panther stood on his feet, anxiously, his ears starting at every turn. He longed for the boy with whom he played, the panther cub with the human infant, in years long gone by. The sweet airs of his childhood were to the panther mainly recognizable through the assertions that disfigured, but could not defile him. The two were the same age. They had rolled on the floor and deck together, when neither could hunt. And now neither would, for the animal was perfectly harmless and chained only because apt to be unseasonably frolicsome. When they had let him loose, it was a season of a high jinks and rare skylarking. The men had to look out. He had twice knocked a man overboard, and once stumbled overboard himself. But he had never killed a creature, was always gentle with children, and might be trusted to look after any infant. Sir Harry raised his son and kissed him, and set him down on his chair again, and retired to an inner cabin. A knock came to the door. Clare said, "Come in." The quartermaster entered. Instead of Sir Harry, he saw the miserable stowaway seated in the captain's own chair. He swore at him and ordered him out, and prepared to give him a kick as he passed. "Out with you," he cried. "Go forward. Tell the boatswain to look out a rope's end. I'll be after you." "The captain told me to sit here," answered Clare and sat. The officer looked closer at him, begged his pardon, saluted, and withdrew. The father heard and said to himself, "The boy is a gentleman. He knows where to take his orders." He called him into the inner cabin, and there washed him from head to foot, rejoicing to find under his rags a skin as clean as his own. "Now, what are we to do for clothes, Clare?" said Sir Harry. "Perhaps somebody will lend me some," answered Clare. "Mayn't I be your cabin boy, father? You'll let me be a sailor, won't you? And sail always with you?" "You'll be a sailor boy," answered Sir Harry, "and sail with me as long as God pleases. You know to obey orders." "I will obey the cook, if you tell me, father." "You shall obey nobody but myself," returned Sir Harry. "And, Lord High Admiral," he added, with a glance upward, and smiled like his sons. For that day, Clare kept to the captain's stateroom. The next, he went on deck, into the midshipman's uniform, which he wore like a gentleman that could obey orders. End of chapter 65.
Chapter 66 of A Rough Shaking. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. A Rough Shaking by George MacDonald. The end of Clare Skymer's boyhood. His father had a hammock slung for him in the stateroom. He could not be parted from him even when they slept. One night, Sir Harry, lying awake, heard a movement in the stateroom and got up. It was a still, starlit night. The frigate was dreaming away northward with all sail set. Through the windows shone the level stars. From a beam above hung a dim lamp. He could see no one. He went to the hammock. There was no boy in it. Then he spied him, kneeling under the stern windows with his head down. "Anything the matter, Clare?" he asked. "No, father." "What are you doing?" "Trying to say, 'Thank you for my father.'" "Oh, thank him, my boy," returned Sir Harry. "Thank him with all your heart. He will give us her some day." "Yes, father, he will," responded Clare. His father knelt beside him, but neither said word that the other heard. The next night, Clare was on the quarter-deck with his father, and heard him give certain orders to the officers of the watch. He had never heard orders given in such a way. He spoke so quietly, so directly, so simply. The night was gusty and dark, threatening foul weather. The captain measured the quarter-deck as when first Clare saw him, but with a mien how different. He walked as slow and stately as before, but with a look almost of triumph in his eyes, glancing often at the clouds. The thought of having such a father made Clare tremble with delight from head to foot. His father was the power of the sea planet that bore them. Him, the great vessel, and all aboard of her, obeyed. He was the life of her motions, the soul of her. At his pleasure she bowed her obedient head and swept over the seas. Clare's heart swelled within him. But this father had, the night before, knelt with him in the presence of one unseen, worshipping and thanking a higher than himself. as the captain of the Panther sailed his frigate through the seas, so the great Father, the Father of his Father, the Father of all fathers, to whom the captain kneeled as a little child, sailed through the heaven of heavens, the huge ship of the world, guided fleet upon fleet innumerable through trackless space, and over an infinitely grander sea than the measureless ocean of worlds. The Father was carrying navies of human souls, every soul a world whose affairs none but the Father could understand, through many a storm and waterspout and battle with the powers of evil, safe to the haven of the children, the Father's house. And Clare began to understand that so it was. One day his father said to him, "Clare, whatever you forget, whatever you remember, mind this, that you and I and your mother are the children of one Father, and that we have all three to be good children to that Father. If we do as he tells us, he will bring us all at length to the same port. Our admiral is Jesus Christ. We take our orders from him, but each has to sail his own ship." The boatswain shook in his wide shoes, but Clare never showed him the least disfavour. He recognized at once the two officers he had seen at the Menagerie, but beyond giving each a look he could hardly mistake, he showed no sign of having any knowledge of them. He set himself to be a sailor and learned fast. I need scarcely say that he was as precise in obeying any superior officer as the best sailor on board. In a few weeks he felt and looked to the manner born, as indeed he was, for not only his father, but his grandfather and his great-grandfather, and more yet of his ancestors, how many I do not know, were sailors. He had had a rough shaking. The earthquake had come and come again, and gone a many times. But the shaking earth was his nurse, and she taught him to dwell in a world that cannot be shaken. End of chapter 66. Read by Hannah Mary. End of A Rough Shaking by George MacDonald.